sit-ups, gimmicks, one-hit wonders that don't stick. Pretty boys, acting tough, boy bands, give it up. And if it looks good on TV, it'll look good on a CD. Shape it up, trim it down, who gives a damn about how it sounds? I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but boys, come on, let's get real. You still got a lot of food left to fill. You say you're the real deal, but you play what nobody feels. You sing about Johnny Cash, the man in black would have whipped your ass, and I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but boys, come on, let's get real. You still got a lot of food left to fill. Here we go. So long till I see you again. When you're laying in the bargain bin. Well, I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but then again, hell yes I am. I just don't give a damn. Cause you still got a lot of food left to fill. I guess we all got a lot of food left to fill. That's right.
the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain. Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's on.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. The Barndominium Company, of course, builds dream homes across the Carolinas. Head to the barndominiumco.com and build your dream home today if you live here in South Carolina or in North Carolina, over in the Peach State of Georgia, and soon in other places as well. The Barndominium Co., one of the nation's best builders, Gamecock owned and operated. The Golden Tones of Mike Morgan, fresh back from the, well, I don't know if he's back, but he's
still in Oregon.
Been on the West Coast, and it's really early out there, as in like 7 a.m. early. So thanks to Mike for getting up and allowing Summer maybe to sleep in a little bit. Gamecocks, of course, fall to Mizzou this weekend, 29-20 in the Show Me State. They didn't show much, so we'll talk about that. And they got Kentucky coming to town this upcoming weekend, another night kick at Williams-Brice Stadium. We'll touch on some other things in the SEC and things of that nature as well. Pat DiMarco will join us, got a couple plays to look at with him. But, Mike, we're going to get to Missouri literally right now, but this is big news. It's long awaited, so it's breaking news, and we want to make sure that we dish it out here at the top of the show. The SEC Network folks are probably going to be a little upset with somebody who allowed Chris Lowe to leak the permanent opponents in the Southeastern Conference. South Carolina, to not bury the lead here, for the next 4 years, will face Georgia, Kentucky, and Florida annually. Georgia, Florida, and Kentucky will be the three annual permanent opponents, and then that will be reevaluated after 4 years. It could stay the same. It could change a little bit. Who knows? It does look like, in looking at the entire list for all these teams, Mike, I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at it just yet, but they mentioned that they wanted to protect rivalries, they wanted competitive fairness, and they wanted balance and things like that, and regional balance. Well, Carolina got that, and it does look like at the large majority of this deal, everybody got regionally balanced for the most part. You don't have really, I haven't seen one that's just some crazy crossover permanent opponent that's 14-hour drives or anything like that. So Georgia, Florida, and Kentucky for South Carolina. Not bad, right? I mean, I think that's great.
Frederick echoed my thoughts. There's no Missouri.
Yeah.
I never bought into that being a rivalry game or a matchup that was geographically, it doesn't make any sense. It was clearly, let's take care of our old guard. What's left? Have South Carolina, Missouri play each other and give them some phony trophy and call it the Mayor's Cup, Governor's Cup, whatever. I will say this, South Carolina, Missouri has probably been the most entertaining series for the Gamecocks in the SEC. Last year's game was phenomenal. Mm-hmm. And, this year's game, not so much. But, I mean, there have been a lot of, classic games. But I don't think any Carolina fans will miss going to Como, the few that actually do. And Georgia, to me, always needed to be on that list. It just made no sense to not have a border rival on that list. And then you throw in Florida, makes sense. I mean, they've been playing one another almost every year since '92. And then Kentucky, look, Kentucky's in a bad spot right now, and maybe they don't get out of it for a while. So I don't think any Carolina fans will be disappointed to have Kentucky to maybe take a little bit of the load off. And oh, by the way, if the game is in October, Lexington's a really cool place to be. If you like bourbon and horse racing, check out Keeneland. Have yourself a bottle of Buffalo Trace. So, yeah, I don't think there's much to complain about there.
And I hope Florida's in November because the swamp in September is swampy. All right. To the game this weekend, Mike. Obviously, Carolina, you were calling the Civil War out there in Oregon. Gamecocks now dropped to 2-2, 0-2 in the SEC, and those two losses, of course, are back-to-back against Vanderbilt and Missouri. So it's a bad start to the season for South Carolina, whose offense has not eclipsed 328 yards yet this year through 4 games. And again, the passing game hit on some big throws the other night, but I mean, it ain't good. They're in a bad spot. They had -9 yards rushing, so the difference is almost 300 yards between Missouri and Carolina on the ground. Once again, the possession was awful. South Carolina gave the other team the ball for 10-plus minutes. They couldn't tackle at all. And they were 3 of 11 on third down. And then, again, the big thing, we focused on this last week, and we focused on it on Friday. You had to eliminate the penalties. Well, they decided they would double down on that instead of eliminating them. 14 of them, 98 yards in total, a lot of them pre-sap issues. If you can't tackle and you commit too many penalties and you can't run the football and you can't get off the field on third downs and you can't convert third downs, Mike, those are all characteristics of a not very good football team. Whether it's talent, whether it's coaching, I don't think it's talent. Whether it's execution, those things will be talked about all week long. I don't have a great opinion on any of them, but I know that those are the facts with this team this year. They've been the problem every single week, and they don't seem to be getting better. So it's going to be a tough week of preparation, and they really can't lose to Kentucky if they want to, have any hopes of getting things turned around. But right now, absolutely. Look, people think that it's a bleak outlook, and based on what we saw, I was shocked they were in the game to win it, to be honest with you. They had a chance to win the game a couple of times, and they just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, plenty of blame to throw around. There's just a lot of things that are off with this team. You mentioned the tackling.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't good. Now, I get it. Hardy leads the country in yards after contact. He leads the country in broken tackles by a running back. He's a special talent.
Really good.
I don't know how many stars he had next to his name coming out of high school before he went to Louisiana Monroe. It used to be you looked at a kid like that and you saw Louisiana Monroe and you said, oh, it must have been like academics. He couldn't get the SAT. Well, they don't care about that anymore anyway. They'll let anybody in school nowadays. If you can play football, you can play basketball, they'll find a way to get you qualified. So I'm guessing he was just maybe a late bloomer or something, but that kid is a dude.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to see a better running back all year long if you're the Gamecock defense. Now, that doesn't excuse just time after time, just bouncing off tacklers. Look, I said all off season, and I don't think anybody wanted to hear it, as this defense was going to be good. It was not going to be last year. Mm-hmm. That was a generationally good defense. That's not what this defense is. It's good, and yeah, it's got talent, but it's not last year. Last year, you won a lot of games based on that defense. Mm-hmm. They controlled the game, and it took a lot of pressure off the offense. You don't have that luxury this year. You don't have a defense that just goes out there and dominates, and we haven't even seen the best offenses yet. You understand what's around the corner, right? Not Kentucky, but after that, it's that 5-game stretch you and I have talked about for what, 6 months? That's still staring you in the face. But there's still talent. There's a lot of talent on the defense. It's not as proven as it was a year ago. And then the offense, I mean, it's the same thing. Like, I thought actually Lenoris made some of the best throws I've seen him make. And I'm going to tell you, it's not the 50-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
Go route. Got a lot of quarterbacks that can actually make that throw. The go route, a lot of quarterbacks will tell you, is the easiest pass to throw. The one that I think, if you're wondering why, I had a Gamecock fan I was talking to the other day, because I don't get it. Like, how is it after all of this, Lenoris Sellers is, because they did some poll that if you talk to NFL GMs, he's the number 1 quarterback going to be taken in the draft.
Saw it on TV.
Yeah. And I said, go back and watch this. This was my favorite throw. The 3rd and 17 rolling out left
To Harbor.
and hitting Harbor on a dime in stride, in the hands. That's a throw that, quite simply, most college quarterbacks cannot make. So there's the wow factor there. And NFL scouts they're all about the wow factor. Permission to make a baseball analogy?
Always.
It's NFL scouts look at players in a lot of ways the way Major League Baseball scouts look at pitchers. If you throw 99, the ERA might be high, but we're still going to draft you high because we can mold you into what we want you to be. You're going to find the strike zone. You're going to find a secondary pitch. You're going to gain confidence. That's what they look at. But none of that means anything if you're a Carolina fan, because your number one concern is wins and losses.
Yeah.
And you can't run the football. I don't know. I've never seen a more undisciplined team under Shane. I've never seen.
Yeah.
I've just never seen that level of penalty after penalty after penalty. That's just one of those where you're like, I don't know. I don't know where that comes from. So, we've gone through this minefield of it's the offensive line's fault. It's the offensive line coach's fault. It's Mike Shula's fault. I think at this point, kind of everybody's got to share a little blame right now. There ain't anybody that's playing flawless football in a Gamecock uniform to this point. So I don't want to hear it's all one thing or the other. I think it's a combination of things. You've got a get-right game in Kentucky, and then you've got some time to really chip away and find out who you are before you go through the gauntlet.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. If I were to have a conversation with anybody, publicly or privately, about what is wrong with the Gamecocks, and they tried to pin it on one thing, that'd be a pretty laughable conversation. I don't think there's one thing that's holding this football team back. I think there's a lot of issues collectively on both sides of the ball that they're just not very good. I mean, and I'm not saying that they're not talented. There's a difference in not being good and not being talented. Your comments about the defense, I agree with them. I would, and I know you weren't saying this, but just to make sure that people understand, we're not as dumb as we look sometimes. Nobody cares how talented you are in defense. You got to be able to tackle. Like, you might not be as good as you were, but you can still tackle. Tackling, if you can't tackle, you can't play. So that's a want to effort thing, in my opinion. And it's really bad right now, and it needs to improve, or you just need to pull those guys off the field and put people out there who will. I feel for Sellers. Look, are there throws every game that a quarterback wants to have back and things like that? Well, of course. I thought the passing game the other day was obviously much better. I thought he made some incredible throws, and we'll look at a couple of them in a little while, including the throw to Brian Rowe in the end zone. That was a very impressive, very effortless looking throw from Lenore Sellers on his back foot, and he just flung it in there. I mean, the kid is really remarkably talented. But I feel for him because I just think that what they have tried to do here offensively has just depleted a lot of his confidence. I think it's depleted a lot of the team's confidence. These are my thoughts and my opinions only. Okay. I feel like it has left a lot of people scratching their heads, essentially wondering, we don't know what we're doing here. And case in point, in my opinion, was when they got to the 2-yard line. And I know that Shane said after the game, he's not wrong. I mean, I get what he's saying. Look, we ran a play that every team in America runs. Absolutely. I understand that. Like, every team's got that in their bag, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't have run the play. I mean, but you have first down at the 2-yard line, and every team in America does not have Lenore Sellers. It would be very easy, in my opinion. You got 4 plays to go 2 yards. If you can't move the pile a yard or 2 yards in 4 plays with that quarterback, that tells me you've got just absolutely no confidence in what is going on up front, whether it's a communication thing or an effort thing or a talent thing. I don't know. And then they run that play, and obviously Faison, that was one of the poorer efforts to block a guy that I think I've ever seen. Had he got the block down, Carolina might have scored a touchdown. And at minimum, they would have been able to throw it away and have another crack at it. So there's a lot of, once again, Mike, there you go. There's like people say, well, the play call is ridiculous. Well, I can't say I disagree with that, but the execution was also ridiculous. Like a lot of it's not one or the other. Like it's not a one size fits all conversation. There are a lot of things all the time that just aren't very good. Again, if it was me, well, how big's Lenoris again, Coach? Well, he's 6'3", 245. And generally when he runs, he falls forward for a couple of yards. Yeah. And it's first down. And we're on the 2. Yeah. Why don't you just punch it in with him? Okay, let's do that. That would have been my conversation. But and keep in mind, this is a major point in the game. Because if they score, they're up 2 scores. And now you're forcing Bo Pribula. It's not like they were going to abandon the run game. Missouri was running it too well. But they would have had to throw it a little bit more too. And that allows South Carolina to step in there and make a play. That's where they're good on defense. So I think you would have been looking at an entirely different game. They weren't able to do it. They had to kick a field goal, and obviously they ended up losing, and here we are. But, yeah, I feel like you and I could go back and forth for an hour and a half with situations like this. And to your point, and I think you're exactly right, if you try to pin it down on one thing, I think you're wrong. Unfortunately, they got 3, 4, and 5 things too. And I don't know how quickly it can all get fixed.
Nobody on that offense is playing great football. No one on that offense is playing great football. They're just not.
No.
And it's clear, again, if you watch the way teams are playing, they're basically daring you to throw. They're saying, we're not going to let you beat us running the ball. They're taking a page out of the Illinois playbook. I understand. I mean, I said I would like to see Lenoris run more. I think that's probably your best play. But by the same token, I also all year long wanted to see them challenge the field vertically and open it up a little bit more. And they did. And you're going to get man-to-man coverage in a lot of those situations. But no, I mean, there's just Hale McGranahan had a great line in his articles summarizing the game. Like, there's a lot of WTF moments. He talked about this offense. Like there's a line blurred between great moment and then what the.
Yeah.
As you watch this team, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of, like, if you want to put together a sizzle reel of highlights, you can put together a really good reel. But that is surrounded by a lot of plays of ineptitude and lack of execution and just lack of making a play.
Well, let me make an example. Let me get your thought on this real quick. I wanted to ask you this. I had jotted this down to ask you. Okay, so Lenoris had a couple of plays in this game that were major losses, right? Where he's kind of running backwards, trying to figure out what to do. Should he have thrown the ball away? Of course, he should have thrown the ball away. I got it. But the focus this year has been on their inability to run their starting quarterback, who was a Heisman candidate to open the season, right? That we've talked about this every week. Everybody's talked about it every week. This is just, I feel like I got a pretty good feel on this, but maybe I'm wrong. He was so aggressive last year in, oh, you're coming for me? Well, I'm going to show you that spot that you just left open on the field. I'm running through it. He was so aggressive in taking whatever pressure he had and using it against them. And this year, that ain't there. Like, he is just, mind is going 1,000 times over. Where do I go? Do I get rid of it? How do I get out of this? Whereas last year it was like, oh, here they come. I'm gone. And that's what made him so lethal. That's what won the Clemson game. And we haven't seen that at all in 4 games. I wanted to get your opinion. What do you think about that?
Well, first off, I don't think the coaching staff is deliberately telling him don't run. I've heard that being said 1,000 times, and it's 1,000 times wrong.
Yeah,
they're not saying
implying that.
I know you're not. I know,
okay.
but that's out there. They're protecting him. They're making sure that he stays healthy all year. That's not it. I mean, the coaching staff is not saying that one of the best plays you have, just don't do it. When the pressure comes, just whatever you do, don't run. That's not happening. Yeah. So that's on Lenoris, whether or not he wants to run or not. There's no denying there's some sacks you just can't take.
Right.
You just can't take.
Yeah, and he
just have to throw the ball away and play another down.
Right.
So I get it. The offensive line's not good. We know this already. We know this, but there's certain plays where you just have to eat it. By eat it, I mean throw it away, not take a sack. Taking a sack is a huge loss, especially when you're goal line or in the red zone. So I mean, again, it's on everybody. It's not one particular thing. It's not one particular side of the ball. It's not one particular coach. It's not one particular unit. The offense got to 20 on the Fab Five. We had over under 17 and a half. How many points? They got to 20. So congratulations for the first time in a half a dozen games, you eclipsed the 17 mark.
Oh God.
But it's still it. And yeah, like every game, Carolina can say we got the three best athletes on the field: Lenore Sellers, Nick Harbor, and Dylan Stewart. Were there three better athletes? Was there a better athlete on Missouri than those three? Now, I do love me some Hardy, but I don't know if he's a true like athletic freak. He's just a really good football player.
Yeah, right.
Really good football player. But yes, you have athletes, you've got talent, and you've got some of the same personnel that won 9 games last year, but it's not happening.
Yeah.
It's not clicking, and the offense has not clicked for a while, and that's on everybody. I don't buy into like what's all the you wanted it more open. It was more open, and there are plays that have been designed that are not being hit.
That's every drive, and again for a multitude of reasons. I mean, I could care less if Mike Shula's around next year. Just so you know, I'm not sitting here like I'm not the defense attorney for Mike Shula. I could care less. Want to bring another offense coordinator? Do it. Not going to happen in the middle of the year. So calling for him to be fired in like September really does you no good. That's your OC for the rest of the season. Period. Yeah.
If there's a new one in next year, great. I'll go ahead and applaud the move. But at the end of the day, not all these calls that are being called from the offensive staff are awful. Some are good, and some led to a couple of touchdowns, and some are being called that are good, and they're just not being executed. So when you look at the whole thing in total, like most situations, and you look at teams that are struggling right now in the SEC, there's a lot of blame to go around. It's never, ever just one thing, and I don't think it's just one thing here.
No, I don't either. And you know, the word that gets you every time if you're any sort of competitor, whether you're a player or whether you're a coach or whatever, in any capacity that you are involved in any sports team, is the word soft. Like if somebody calls you soft, there's no bigger insult. You could be poorly coached, you could be untalented, you could be whatever. And when I watch South Carolina play, there are way too many drives on offense and defense where I feel like they have the characteristics of a soft football team, which is crazy to me because Shane Beamer is anything but that. Now, and so are the guys on his staff, and we've seen a lot of these guys play. Like, I'm not necessarily like pointing out one individual person. I would never do that. But I feel like collectively, like when you can't tackle and you don't stick your face in the fan to block and you continuously make penalty after same penalty over and over and over and over and over again, that's that word. I mean, it just is what it is. Am I calling them soft? Maybe in some sort of way. Maybe I'm not. It just looks that way in person and on television. But if that's where they are, there's not a lot that's going to get better. I don't think that they're like some big soft team who's just going to lay down. We've watched Shane Beamer get things turned around in a hurry around here a lot every year. They get better and they get better, and I think that they will. But as you pointed out, and we'll go to a break here, and you're right about it, unfortunately, we can't have the conversation. Wow, man, if they just get that offensive line fixed, because that's not all it. Look, I don't think they're very good, but that's not the only problem either. Like, there's a lot of problems.
Yeah, not at all. To put that all on the O-line It's
Look,
more than just that.
I don't think they're very good, to be honest. Okay, I'm not saying.
Oh, I agree with you.
But
They
there's
have
a
not
lot.
played-
But there's a lot of problems.
They have, yeah, they have not played. Now, we were told we have great guests on this show throughout the year and throughout the offseason. I mean, if you would go back and listen,
Yeah.
offensive line looks like a bunch of dudes.
Yep.
Defense is just going to be just as good as last year. Lenoris has never looked better. Wide receiving core, studs. Running backs, deep studs. I mean, what we were basically told we're looking at a 10-win playoff team.
Yeah. Well.
So
Yeah.
So if we go based on that rationale, this is not a team lacking talent, right?
They're not lacking talent.
Okay, so if they're not lacking talent, you can go the route of, well, it's all coaching, or you could go the route of it's all players, or maybe it's a combination of the two, which is where I lean.
That's where
where the staff could certainly do better on both ends, and there's some guys that have to step up.
Yeah,
I mean, there just are. You know, I loved, again, I'll go back to Garcia's line last week. Sometimes it's more about the Indians than the Chiefs. Like it's a nice just kind of landing spot to say, well, it's all on this coach or that coach. And look, there's a lot of calls I'd like to see run that are not. That's just me. Mm-hmm. What do I know? But I know some of those calls are just not being executed. It's right there. If you go back and watch the game, I know we don't get the all 22, but if you go back and watch some of these plays, you're like, holy crap, it's sitting right there. That's not a bad play call. That's bad execution. So it's a combination of all the above. Look, I'll say one other thing, and we have all week to kind of chop this up. I still don't think this team has played its best football. That's not being Pollyannish. That's not being sunshine pumper. I still think that this team can win some games, including, like, there are people right now, we'll be lucky if we go 3-9. I don't see that.
No.
There's just too much talent on that field for that type of collapse. This is not like, you're not looking at what you're looking at Arkansas or Florida, where you've got two coaches that are clearly going to get fired. And so when that's the situation, players they're not engaged. Like, I'm playing for a lame duck coach. They're already talking to their agents. Hey, how much money can I get if I transfer out of here next year? That's not the situation. The culture at Carolina is fine. Shane's not going anywhere. The recruiting is healthy. The fan support is there. There's going to be some negativity in the air that comes with losing to Vandy and Missouri in back-to-back weeks. But you're not going through a complete disaster. I've covered this program long enough to see several of those situations where it is blank hits the fan mode. That's not where this is. This is where you've got to regroup and play better. You're not going to the playoff. Okay, you're not winning the SEC, but you can still win some games on this schedule. You just have to play better football, and it's every man in that locker room. That's every coach in that locker room.
Starts this week. Sure don't want to lose to Kentucky. You mentioned Arkansas and Florida. There's a similar situation going on up there in Lexington. It's a 7:45 kick on the SEC network. Another night game.
Yeah. I forgot to mention Lexington. Yeah, I think it's in the Constitution. Freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, and South Carolina and Kentucky must be the primetime SEC network game every year.
Yeah. Well, last year, at least at Williams-Brice, because last year they played in the day finally.
Well, but when it's in Columbia, every single time that game is it's never on ABC, it's never on ESPN, it's never on E2. It's the SEC network primetime affair. So yes, Tom, Cole, Jordan, they'll be back with you just as they were for the Vanderbilt game.
Mike, if you don't mind, could you take us to a timeout?
Yeah, another guy who's back with you, that's Troy Branham. He never turns his back on anybody. I mean, he hurts. He hurts too. When Carolina loses a game, he's been going to Williams-Brice Stadium for about 30 years for games. I don't think he went to Como. He's a well-traveled man, but like a lot of Gamecock fans, he probably said, I'll sit this trip out. But when he's not cheering on the Gamecocks, he's helping you folks with your mortgage needs. All types of mortgages out there, and he covers them all. And he can also give you great advice. Is it the right time? Is it the wrong time? Trying to keep up with rates and everything else going on. It's kind of a moving target. So sometimes it's hard to navigate through those waters. He will help you. He will help you navigate through those waters as nobody else can. And again, when I give out the phone number, it's not like I'm giving you the Time Life operator. Do you even know what that is, Jamie? That's a little bit antiquated. An old reference.
Like 1-800.
Yeah, like used to
Yeah.
order these, like,
Yeah.
music collections, and it would all be through Time Life, and you get an
Yeah.
operator, and
Like 2 a.m.
yeah, 1995, and then 3 installments. You don't have to do any of that. You just call Troy on the cell. I text him every now and then. I just try and keep up with stuff. Like, okay, Troy, what's going on? Help a brother out, will you? Because I am having trouble with navigating. But 803-238-0111, 803-238-0111. That's Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage, standing by, much like a Time Life operator right now.
It is 10:35. We'll step aside. We'll come back. We got plenty of football, and Pat DiMarco leads off hour 2 here on the morning show.
Hi, I'm Joel Lurie. If you're turning 65 this year or retiring soon, you probably have questions about Medicare. How do I enroll in Medicare? When do I need to enroll? And what plan fits my needs and budget?
Why use an out-of-state call center when you can work with a local agency?
At Lurie Life and Health, we'll research your doctors and prescription drugs, and we'll help you find the plan that meets your needs and budget.
Lurie Life and Health. Our service is at no cost. Call Lurie Life and Health in Columbia, 803-256-2067.
Home fitness has evolved. With Matrix, now there's no limit to the ways you can chase your goals. It's time to make your next workout whatever you want it to be. You can use all of your subscriptions or none at all. Take on exclusive hit programs or move through immersive HD destination footage while you sweat.
Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The deals have never been bigger at JT's Kia. Get 0% for 72 months. That's 6 years to pay off your vehicle with no interest whatsoever. Get the best deal for your trade. JT pays up to 25% more. JT means just in time to get you approved for a brand new Kia. We're serious about saving you money, and we're doing it with our biggest deals ever. Hurry now, 840 North Anderson Road, JT's Kia Rock Hill.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. Visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
This is Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, built by the Barn Dough Company. Go Gamecocks!
Just as long, just as long, stand by me, yeah, yeah, come on Tuesday, by me, won't you, stand by me, won't you stand by me, yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, 1040, welcome back. Hour one, presented by Palm Casual, palmcasual.com. Spent a lot of time on the Palm Casual back porch this weekend watching football and feeding my family. And hopefully all of you have a setup that's sweet like that as well. If you don't, there are 4 locations across South Carolina and 1 in Wilmington. They're all across Florida, and they're in Georgia. So wherever you are, you can go to Palm Casual. Maybe you and your wife, maybe that's your combo Christmas gift this year. Hey, let's set up the sunroom the way we want it. Head to palmcasual.com. All right, a couple of things I do want to make sure we point out that we're positive. I mean, hat tip to Vandrevius Jacobs, who had a breakout game as a wide receiver. Matter of fact, all of the wide receivers played very well Saturday night. That
Agreed.
Coming along well. We had heard really good things about Brian Rowe, and he had a great game. Nick Harbor had a great game. Jared Brown got in there, got a nice catch. Dingle could have had more, but he had another big one. Bennett played, didn't have a catch. But the wide receiving group is really, if you talk about one group this year that, hey, look, we're seeing it from week 1 to week 4, it's them. They've gotten better, and I expected them to.
Yeah, in a week after the Vandy game where it was tough to pluck out a couple positives, I had 2, if you recall. One was I couldn't help but noticing that Rowe was targeted. He was the primary guy. That told me that they're liking what he's seeing in practice, what they're seeing in practice from him, and that clearly, of all those talented freshmen, he's moving up the ranks very quickly. And then the other one is I think Nick Harbor just continues to evolve as not just a track guy playing football, but a wide receiver who feels more comfortable in the position. Those are the positives. So I've seen a lot of Carolina teams that don't have any good receivers at all, and an offensive line that can't block at all. And was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago? You didn't really have a running game. You didn't have what I would consider SEC running back talent, right, which is inexcusable because there's so many good ones you can pick up in the portal. You should never have a situation where you don't have a dude at running back. Look around the SEC. I mean, everybody's got them. If you don't have one in recruiting, or maybe you recruit a 4-star and he's a bust, just go grab one in the portal. Go ahead. I mean, all these, we got to stop talking about these young men like they're kids. They're pros. They're getting paid like pros. They're asked to do things like pros. And let's be honest, that's why they're going to these schools, many of them, to get ready for life in the NFL. Yeah. So, you go out and you spend the money and you hope that you get the returns. But I me, if I think there's no talent, I mean, if you go back, I know you and I might disagree a little on this. Obviously, the baseball team had talent, but I didn't think it was good enough talent to compete. I think they were preseason 15th for a reason. This team has talent on both sides of the ball. They have recruited well, and they have done fairly well in the portal. So it's not like they go out and go, we're just overmatched. Yeah. No, they got some guys.
No, they do. I mean, the folks that follow recruiting, I mean, we got a lot of them around here. This is their thing. This is one of the reasons why I don't get too amped up over recruiting, because you still got to go out and play the game and let's see what happens. Yeah. But the folks that follow it, I mean, those that follow it closely know that there's a bunch of good players on this team, and they collectively haven't played like it. I mean, there's some things that I wondered about coming into the year. That's what's crazy, is some of the things that I had questioned are in a pretty good spot. Like, I really like where they are on special teams. I mean, they had to replace everybody. They punt it well. They kick it well. They cover well. I mean, they return it well, Mike. Those things they're a pretty good spot there. They had a couple of nice kicks that were, I mean, look, Missouri was on the 1-yard line after a punt, and now they got a little help. Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy was held once again without a flag. I mean, and Beamer was losing his lunch on the sideline, and he should have been. And I'm sitting here going, what do you actually look at out there if you're an official? Like, that play's right in front of you. So if you're not watching that, who's supposed to be watching this group here?
Talk to Auburn fans right now about officiating.
Yeah, well, I think
sniffles. They got pneumonia.
yeah, it's every exactly. I mean, I think it's every week in the SEC. And again, we're not going to go back down this road right now because there's nothing that can be done about it.
To sit here and talk about blaming this game on officiating is a lost cause.
I'm not doing that.
I know you're not, but it always comes up, and I don't want to
get on that drive.
Yeah,
that drive there. Obviously, that play was a big part in it, but also they allowed 3 third-down conversions. And I'm like, they're on the 1 yard line. Like this is where you in the first play from scrimmage for them, they barely got it out of the end zone, so it's second down. And they still just couldn't. Like my point was, a lot of the things that I had questions about this year, they've actually answered a lot of them. The things that I felt really good about haven't been good. And that's what's baffling about Carolina football right now.
No, you're so right. Sometimes you never know. It's like a game of whack-a-mole. Like you solve one problem that you thought was a concern, and then another one pops up, right? And I think that's some of what you're seeing this season. Give Missouri credit too. I never am in awe of their talent. They lost Luther Burden, who, by the way, had 100 yards receiving yesterday. He was their clear just stud, the kind of kid that they were missing in recruiting, the kids out of St. Louis that were going everywhere else. He went there and he led them for 3 years. They don't have that, but they got just an absolute battering ram of a running back that gives you everything on every carry, right? I mean, he's got like he's channeling his inner Scattaboo on every run, just pounding it and pounding it. Never goes backward, always falls forward. I don't know. Does Missouri have the best offensive line in the SEC? No.
Well, on that note, do they? I don't think they do. But let me interrupt you and then let you keep going there.
Go ahead.
They had 2 guys returning, and then one of the third guy that was starting this year. The third guy Caden Green was out of the game, but the third guy that was starting this year who returned from them is a new starter. And then they brought in 2 transfers, one from West Virginia and one from Michigan. Okay. And remember, the West Virginia guy we had mentioned in the preseason so I can't remember where he came up, somewhere, but they had a West Virginia guy and they had a Michigan guy. Carolina recruited both out of the portal at one point in time, right? This offense that they run there, offensive linemen want to play in that because it showcases them. Like this is an offense, Eli Drinkwitz's offense. If you're decent up front, you want to play in that style of football. You get to go out there and eat. And so I think that's why, Mike, every year they are able to plug and play. They find a bunch of offensive linemen who you can bring them in and say, look at this is what we run here. This is what we do. And they're like, that's cool because that'll get me to the league. Look what happened last year. No one even knew who that Mombow kid was. He went like 6 in the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, they're able to plug and play because it is a very friendly system to offensive linemen. Sorry, go ahead.
It is. No, you're right. I mean, go back to Schrader. Again, one of the best stories out there. He's a Division II transfer, a walk-on. He leads the SEC in rushing at Missouri. That's in their DNA. That's what they do. And then you get a guy. Remember, Bo Pribula, from Penn State. They went after him. They knew they had a target on his back. They plucked him basically when Penn State was in the playoff, right? I mean, that's part of the problem with the portal.
Yeah.
So like Penn State loses their backup quarterback as they're competing for a national championship. And, his numbers aren't great, 16 to 27, $171, a touchdown, a pick. But then when you needed key runs, 9 runs, 72 yards, is he the most athletic guy in the field? No, but that's not what it's about. I mean, you don't need to run a 4.3 as a quarterback to be dual threat. You need to see the opening. You need to know when to run, and you have to be willing to do it. And he did. He made big plays. He was a big I thought they would miss Brady Cook more than they have because Pribula has been on point. I mean, he has been exactly what they needed out of the portal for a run-dominated offense and a defense that is scrappy. I don't know. I mean, they're not great, quite honestly, but they're good enough. And here's Missouri winning 21 games. Eli Drinkwitz is going to get a lot of other coaches fired because he's winning 21 games in 2 years at Missouri. They look like they're going to have another good year. And I think most SEC fans and people alike look at Missouri and they're like, well, they don't have what Georgia has, Texas has, Tennessee has, Auburn has, Bama has, South Carolina has. They don't have those things. And yet they're still winning more games than a lot of the teams I just mentioned.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. And I'm actually here's my first bold statement after seeing some of the early results of the college football season. I might be a little surprised if Eli is still at Missouri next year. I just
he's
think
going to be courted.
Yeah, when he should be.
He's going to be courted. Billy Napier's going to get fired, and Sam Pittman's going to get fired. I'm going to Fayetteville for Notre Dame, Arkansas this weekend. I'm fascinated what that's going to look like because those two guys who were dead men walking last year, but got like that last second DNA evidence came in, and they got a reprieve. You know, it's like, oh, well, wait a minute, we might have another suspect. You get to stay around another year. Well, that ain't happening this year.
Yeah.
Billy is toast, and I love Sam Pittman. I think he's one of the great gentlemen in the sport as a head coach. But you can't keep losing one possession games the way they lose one possession games. You can't fumble it twice in consecutive weeks on the final drive when you can set up the winning play, and instead you hand it off, and you go you go Joe Pisarcik. That's another dated reference. You fumble it and give it away. So you're going to see with those two openings, you're going to see names like Eli and Lane Kiffin are going to be circulating a lot. What are we, September 22nd? You're going to hear those rumors and conversations for a long time.
I hated that game for Arkansas. I
hated it.
We talked about it for months.
Just kick the field goal. Don't get cute.
Yeah.
And if you want to run more, you want to bleed more clock, just take a knee.
Yeah.
Why in the world do you call that play?
Yeah, I don't know.
But again, as the head coach, whatever your offensive play caller dials up, that's still on you. You have a headset and a microphone for a reason. You can always call it off. So you can't pin it all on the coordinators in that situation.
That was one of the more, not to us, but one of the more surprising results around the country this weekend. Elsewhere, notables, Ole Miss had no problems with Tulane. Some people thought that game could be a little bit closer than it was, but, plug and play quarterback system down there.
They got a quarterback controversy in Oxford.
They do, yeah. 17 of 27 for 307 and 2 touchdowns was the Chambliss kid.
I mean, he's from a school I'd never heard of, from some Trinidad Chambliss, from some D2 school I never heard of.
And he carried it 14 times for 112.
He might be better than Austin Simmons. He might be better than Austin. I'm just throwing it out there. He might be better than Austin Simmons.
This is where Carolina fans are. Look, this kid came in from where? He's got 300-plus yards of
Ferris.
Yeah. 415 yards of total offense. We got a Heisman Trophy candidate at South Carolina. We can't figure out what to do with the ball. This is where people are upset. Auburn falls to Oklahoma. They just missed that 6.5 that I took them in. Son of a. Florida and Miami.
That's the ultimate backdoor cover. That's safety. This is another thing. Jackson Arnold's a great runner. But if you take 10 sacks, some of those are on you. It's not all the offensive line's fault.
Right.
If you watch that game, there were times where he had just no sense of the pass rush and took a sack. You can't just take sacks like that.
Yeah. No.
You just can't. But that being said, Oklahoma, I thought they'd be one of the most improved teams in the country. That might be an understatement. They got a chance to compete for some really big prizes this year. Mateer is a badass. Their defense is good. I've always believed in Venables as a coach. I know he's taken a lot of heat there. I think you got the right guy for the job, but at times they haven't had enough horses. They got them this year. And this is going to be a new trend too. Getting a quarterback in the portal and bringing the offensive coordinator with him. It's what Vanderbilt did with Diego Pavia and Jerry Kill, who's kind of the de facto play caller, scheme guy from New Mexico State. And it's what they did at Washington State when they brought in the quarterback, they also got the OC. That allows a seamless transition. You're not changing the terminology. You're not changing the scheme. You're not changing. It's just what we did in Wazoo. Now we're going to do it here in Norman.
Right.
I think you're going to see more and more of that, Jamie, because these SEC programs have enough money where they can get both. I'm going to take your quarterback and I'm going to take your OC.
Well, and the crazy thing about Oklahoma, I made the comment too last week, I think maybe early last week or the week before, that when they play, we wouldn't really let's find out about Texas when they play Oklahoma, because they aren't playing anybody until then. They do have to go to the Swamp, but when we get to this game, I'm not so sure Oklahoma isn't the one favored when they play this thing in a couple of weeks on October the 11th against the Longhorns. I think that's going to be flipped. We have long looked at Texas as a national championship contender, and that's fine. But I think the Sooners might be the favorite when they play one another.
That's a great point. I'll be calling that game, actually. I can't wait, the new Cotton Bowl. If you really want to put everybody on notice and you're Oklahoma, win that game in a couple weeks.
Beat Texas.
And Mateer, I think some people have Mateer already as the Heisman favorite. He's up there. It's so funny, the upside down world of SEC court. All the guys that got all the hype, forget about the Heisman. You're not going to appear on an all SEC list. It's the guys that everybody was either overlooking or, quite frankly, just didn't like.
Mm-hmm.
They were just like, yeah, this guy's trash. Joey Aguilar, garbage. Well, he's actually playing really good football. Gunnar Stockton, nah. No, he's playing really good football. Mateer, he played at Washington State. Who'd they play? Who'd he beat? Nobody. He's a joke. He's overrated. No, he's actually a badass. And then you got guys like DJ Lagway, who doesn't look like he knows how to play the position, which is amazing for a 5-star guy that everybody was so high on. Arch Manning, by the way, Arch, if you're playing a 1AA opponent and you score a touchdown, don't do a flex. That's not flex worthy. Just a tip from Uncle Mike.
Just Uncle Mike coming in hot.
Yeah, coming in hot. And I like Arch Manning. I'm not one of these. It's like, oh, he's overrated. He's garbage. But that's not necessarily what you're looking at. But yeah, I mean, some of the most unheralded quarterbacks in this league are leading the way right now. They're at the top of the food chain.
There's still a lot to get to. The top 10 and the top 25 of college football is pretty crazy right now. So we'll talk about some of that a little bit later on in hour number 2. But Pat DiMarco will lead us off when we return. We'll get inside the playbook.
How many plays we got?
We got 3.
3 plays.
2 good, 1 bad. 2 good, 1 bad.
2 good, 1 bad. Do any involve a ton of broken tackles for Missouri and Hardy?
No, well, we try to stick with offense with Pat.
Okay, I got you.
But it does.
Pat's so dynamic; he could break down everything.
Yeah, he
could break down the broken tackles.
He could do anything he wanted to in life. He could be like a sprinter or an electrician. He's very talented.
An electrician. Hey, Pat, I got some of the things you can work on in the house. I got a couple outlets that don't work. That's all right, Mike. I got it. Let me get my tool belt. Be there in 10 minutes.
You guys are genius.
Genius.
Unbelievable. All right, can you take us to a timeout, please? Sir?
I sure can. The geniuses at Midstate Roofing, they're always there to help you with all of your roofing needs, just as they have for 30 years in the state of South Carolina, and it is a statewide company offering statewide services. The Lightners, Midstate Roofing, 803-356-1919. They've got residential and commercial roofing, re-roofing, new installations, roof repair, removing old roofs. That doesn't sound like fun. 803-356-1919, the standard in South Carolina when it comes to all your roofing needs. This is not a fly-by-night operation. Oh, yeah, they've been out of business for 6 weeks. Guy picked up his truck and he went back to Idaho. No, they've stood the test of time. 30 years, they're not going anywhere, and you should go to them if you have any roofing needs.
We need to step aside. We'll do it. We'll be joined by the decade-long NFL veteran. Sorry about that. Pat DiMarco, next on The Morning Show.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on.
Why choose Game Day nuts?
They're so easy to eat.
Don't have to throw the shells away.
Easy for travel. It's like grab and go.
Delicious.
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 They are delicious.
Never miss a touchdown fumbling with your nuts. Visit GameDayNuts.net. Boiled peanut. No shells.
There's nothing like Saturday in South Carolina. However you enjoy Gamecock football, Gamecock Traditions has a long-standing legacy of being a part of your game day. From tailgates to touchdowns, Gamecock Traditions has what you need and want with our beloved Block C logo. Get into Gamecock Traditions in Lexington or the Village at Sand Hill, or visit GamecockTraditions.com and have it shipped to your doorstep. We look forward to taking care of your family. Go Gamecocks.
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution, your solution for dull wood floors that need an upgrade. Our one-day, dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Our goal is to serve as many customers as possible, so give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365, or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
The deals have never been bigger at JT's Kia. Get 0% for 72 months. That's 6 years to pay off your vehicle with no interest whatsoever. Get the best deal for your trade. JT pays up to 25% more. JT means just in time to get you approved for a brand new Kia. We're serious about saving you money, and we're doing it with our biggest deals ever. Hurry now to 190 Greystone Boulevard, JT's Kia.
Introducing this year's Carolina Jackpot $5 scratch-off ticket, featuring a chance to win up to $200,000. You can even enter your tickets into the Second Chance promotion. Step on the court for a chance to win $50,000, $75,000, or $100,000. This Palmetto Series, let's show who really runs this state.
Hi, I'm Joel Lurie. If you're turning 65 this year or retiring soon, you probably have questions about Medicare. How do I enroll in Medicare? When do I need to enroll? And what plan fits my needs and budget?
Why use an out-of-state call center when you can work with a local agency?
At Lurie Life and Health, we'll research your doctors and prescription drugs, and we'll help you find the plan to meet your needs and budget.
Lurie Life and Health. Our service is at no cost. Call Lurie Life and Health in Columbia, 803-256-2067.
Visit GameDayNuts.net and order yours today. Boiled peanuts, no shells. Official tailgate snack of ITG. You're tuned into Hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dough Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Go Gamecocks!
With a little love some tenderness. We'll walk upon the water, we'll rise above the mist with a little peace and some harmony. We'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got him for you. Oh, I wanna run with you. Yesterday, I saw you standing there. Your hair was down, your eyes were red. No comb, I touched your hair. I said, get up and let me see you smile. We'll tell you.
Visit GameDayNuts.net and order yours today. Boiled peanuts, no shells. Official tailgate snack of ITG. You're tuned into Hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dough Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Go Gamecocks!
With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water, we'll rise above the mist with a little peace and some harmony. We'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got him for you. Standing there, your hair was down, your eyes were red. No comb, I touched your hair. I said, get up and let me see you smile. We'll take a walk together, walk the road a while. 'Cause I got him for you, I got him for you. I wanna run with you, won't you let me run with you?
All right, final hour. Sorry about the glitches there. Cutting into our time with Pat DiMarco. Nobody wants that. Welcome back. Brought to you by Gamecock Traditions, GamecockTraditions.com. Order your game day gear today. And also presented by our friends at Game Day Nuts. If you have not tried the best boiled peanuts with no shells that exist, and you want to go to GameDayNuts.net, pull up the Chief Sports app. And those who were hanging out at the Roost on Saturday night got to experience all three flavors, and it sounds like that was a wonderful event over there in West Ashley in the Low Country. GameDayNuts.net, the official tailgate snack of Inside the Gamecocks, the show and the morning show. Pat DiMarco, Carolina 2-2 following the loss on the road at Missouri this weekend, and we're going to talk to him and look at a few plays here in just a bit as well. What's up, brother?
Not much. It was a tough matchup. Although we were in the game most of the game, fell just a tad short, but I mean that's one of this is one of the games that kind of not in a way defines your season because there's a lot of football ahead of us, but to have the lead going into the fourth quarter, to be, I wouldn't say in control, but be in the game, even though we were shooting ourselves in the foot a decent amount throughout the course of the game. It stinks to leave Missouri and not have the Mayor's Cup and not be 3-1 right there because we had all the opportunities.
Shane Beamer going into that game was 29-3 at South Carolina when his football team led or was tied at halftime. And obviously it's now 29-4 after that loss. Pat, 14 penalties for 98 yards. Penalties have been an issue for the Gamecocks throughout the season, and especially in the last couple of games. What is, as a guy who's coached the game and obviously played the game, when a team commits a bunch of penalties, where does that generally fall? Like, what is the reasoning for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it could be too much thoughts going on in their head, too much pressure being put upon themselves. It's football's a disciplined game, right? I mean, you have to, from a standpoint of you have to wake up at 6:30 in the morning to be in there by X amount of time. Your diet has to be regimented. Your workouts have to be regimented. Your film study has to be regimented. So, it's a very disciplined sport, and the quickest way to win a football game is to not lose it yourself by having 14 penalties. I don't know if it's got the players are thinking too much or systems too complicated. I mean, a lot of them are pre-snap, right? And that's stuff that is kind of uncalled for, right? Or fundamentals, holding or some sort of in-play penalty. But a lot of that's just kind of anchoring down and just playing good ball, which we haven't played great ball yet this year. Still sitting here at 2-2, so sky's not falling, but definitely need to clean some stuff up. And I would imagine Coach Beamer and all the coordinators and everybody in that building right now are kind of on high alert to get this thing fixed before they get into the bulk of season.
Mm-hmm. Look, when you lose, I was surprised with all the negatives that were going on in this game the other night, that Carolina actually had a chance to win it. But when you lose, everything is under evaluation, and throughout the week, there's going to be a lot of negativity that surrounds this football program on the outside and programs like ours and others. But what are some positives that you saw? You mentioned they're 2-2. They still got 8 games to play, and they can still win a bunch of games. And they keep playing like this, they won't, obviously. But what are some positives that you've seen that they can build off of?
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by the receiver play. Jacobs, Rowe, Harbor, Jared Brown. I mean, kind of across the board, it seemed to Norris look comfortable through 3 quarters. And then the last quarter, kind of when we got in a situation where we had to drop back and pass it, he wasn't quite comfortable. I mean, obviously the run game has been alarming all year, but more specifically this game, seeing what Missouri did to us, running the ball and our inefficiency running the ball. But I will say, like, kind of the play design and, like at least the play action keeper games, at least the run looks on the passes and letting the Norris break the pocket, and having some of those big plays were huge. I mean, like those were pretty big contested catches that we made to get some explosive plays in the pass game.
Mm-hmm. How about on the defensive side of the football, Pat? We do have some things we need to keep an eye on this week. Dindy is a little bit banged up, and he's played well this year. And Trevon Ball on the offensive line is a little banged up. Casey Henry's banged up. We're waiting to hear on that. We won't hear anything till Wednesday.
Yeah, I had a question on DQ. I know that was it a groin?
Late scratch on him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I mean he was on the sideline in the game, and he's like he's a great kid. He's a great motivator. He's a leader on the team. But to see him not dressed, he was still out there kind of getting the guys going. I don't know if you noticed him during the game, but he was very front and center, at least supporting the teammates and celebrating big plays. When I heard them say that he was a late scratch, I was like, just like scratched my head a little bit, because definitely having him out there would have helped.
Yeah, he was probable on Friday night, and then I guess according to Beamer, as they were coming out of the tunnel is when he learned they weren't going to let him go. I guess maybe something had flared up, or I don't know what happened in pregame. But
Pat, Jamie started with one Achilles heel, and that was obviously the penalties. Let me start with the other, and that is the lack of a running game.
Yeah.
As you sat and watched, it's not as if they didn't try to run; they didn't abandon the run, but clearly it just wasn't happening. What did you see from either a schematic viewpoint or executions viewpoint that was just plaguing this offense running the ball?
Yeah, I don't know if it's IDs or double teams getting up to the second level, but there were a lot of free hitters in the hole. I mean, I felt like I was watching Jeremiah Trotter, dad, play football back in the day. I mean, the guy was like living in our backfield, blowing plays up. I don't know if it's an ID standpoint or angles on the double teams where they're working to or whatnot, but it seemed like either the second level was running free and hitting us at the line of scrimmage or the backfield, or we were just getting penetration and the back had nothing to do. Now, we'll say from us, like, we had 11? I'm looking at it. We had 11 runs between the running backs, and then obviously the sacks kind of kill you. But you continue to try to run the ball. Like, I think we're having these explosive pass plays because of the threat of the run, even though it hasn't been crazy efficient. We are sticking to it and kind of keeping teams honest. But I mean, I've said it several times over the last 2 or 3 weeks. Like, what Gus Malzahn did with Cam Newton at Auburn worked. What Gus Malzahn did at UCF with a running quarterback worked. I would love to see some jet sweeps. I would love to see some Q power, Q counter. I would love to see some direct snap. Lenore Sellers, go be 6'5", 245 and run 4.5 offense. I think there were maybe 2 or 3 quarterback direct runs or called runs Saturday, which is good, but I would love to see 2 a drive. Like, let's play to our strengths, and if we can have an extra hat in the box, and that, like I said, like I was leading this up to, that sets up having an extra hat in the box, those explosive passes. I would love to see Lenore one-on-one with the safety. Like, make the guy make that play. So I would love to see more of that. I know he was coming off a concussion, so you don't want to kill him too much and put him at risk of too much. But at some point, you got to play to your strengths, right? And if we are going to be able to run the ball, it's because they have to defend 8, because they have to have the extra guy in the box, and they have to account for the quarterback, and they should have to account 1.5 bodies for Lenore's carrying the ball. So I don't know. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah. No, it's good. I'm looking at it. Attaway 3 for 7, Fuller 2 for 7, Faison 6 for 5. You tried one with Rowe that went nowhere, and of course Lenore's statistically 10 carries, -28. Obviously, I think that's a flawed way of keeping stats in college. That
I agree.
That a sack goes against your run yardage. But there are plays, and I hear this question a lot too, where it's clear Lenoris could tuck it and run, where he's got a lane, and he has made choices not to run it. Why?
I mean, I would say that a lot of those times there have been explosive pass plays based on that. Instead of tucking it down, there's been openings down the field. He has held on to it. A couple of these sacks were didn't need to be sacks. He broke the pocket. He could spit it out instead of taking a loss of 6, a loss of 4. Just, hey, let's be 2nd and 10 at that point. So I think there's some growth from there, but I also think that he's also trying to make plays. So he's trying to, in essence, put the team on his back, which he doesn't need to, because there's a lot of talent around him. I mean, with these receivers starting to make bigger plays, when we can get this run game going and a little more efficient and a little more sound, I'm very hopeful that we kind of get everything clicking and the offense starts rolling, because I mean it is a talented roster. I don't think we should be having these woes with this talented of a team offensively.
Agreed.
I got one more question for you. The tackling was bad. I give Missouri credit, obviously, but you got to tackle, man. I mean, it's football. Like, you got to tackle. What did you make of that? What is your opinion on poor tackling? Like, how does that even happen?
I mean, Ahmad Hardy's a good freaking football player. He's a physical, downhill, like kind of like very much reminded me of Marcus, like bouncing off tackles, not one guy bring him down, always falling forward. I mean, he's going to be a Sunday back just based on watching this game specifically. But I mean, it's wrapping up. I mean, it's the discipline stuff. It's the same with the penalties, right? It's wrapping up. It's gang tackling. It's high energy, high effort. I mean, the one play, and specifically, I want to say it was it Fred or one of our backers stoned him in the hole.
Sean Murphy.
Sean Murphy stoned him in the hole. I mean, like, guy made the cut and he showed up right over the top and just completely boom, stalemated each other, but he didn't run his feet and he didn't wrap up and he didn't do all the fundamentals that a linebacker needs to do to make that play. And he spins off and he runs for, I think it was a 30 or 40 yard gain. So, I mean, a lot of it's probably, and I would imagine the coaching staff's going to get to a point where, hey, let's go back to the basics. Let's go back to the fundamentals. Let's do, you know, of the 20 minutes of an individual period, we're going to be hitting the bags for 5 of them, working on running our feet, working on kind of gang tackling and rallying the troops. Because, I mean, Missouri's a good football team. Vandy was a good football team last week, but we got a tough road ahead these next 8 games. And if you don't tackle well and you shoot yourself in the foot from a penalty standpoint, it's going to be a long, rough 8 games. But I mean, I'm fully confident that this staff and these players are going to rebound.
Luckily, you play at home this week against Kentucky. It's a football team that you're favored against, but you should win, and then you get a week off, and you get guys healthy and get things worked on. All right, let's go inside the playbook here. Pat, of course, is the amazing host of Tailgate Talks, which will have another episode coming out this week. So we got a couple of scores here, Pat, and then we have one that should have been a score. That'll be the final play. But this was a touchdown pass from Lenore Sellers, a free play to Vandrevius Jacobs.
Yeah, this is, I mean, just how you draw it up, right? You do a hardened cadence, get the defense to bite. I mean, Missouri was pressuring Lenore's pretty often, even early on in the game, but we were still making plays. But here you go, you get somebody to jump off sides, and like pretty cool of Lenore's to be like, hey, I got a guy off sides, let's take a shot. I mean, I would love to see more shots just in general built into the offense, just because we do have big explosive receivers that can make these type of plays. But I mean, this was I had a text thread with a couple buddies, and we were doing our best to channel our kids' lingo, and we were arguing: is it a dot or is it a dime? Is it a pearl? What word do you use to describe this throw? But whatever it is, I mean, that's
a dime right there. That's a dime piece.
Mean, from the receiver to hold there's no red line here, but in practice there's a red line. But be able to hold it, save himself room. Lenore's put the ball out in front where only the receiver can get it. I mean, just a well-executed play, and like you see what happens when the quarterback can throw the ball on time, on cue. There's no pressure in his face. I mean, it was a dot, dime, pearl, all of the above at that point.
Well blocked. No, well blocked, no doubt about it. All right, second one here, touchdown to freshman Brian Rowe. I love this throw from Sellers off his back. I mean, just made it look easy. Makes it look
easy. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier, our inefficiency running the ball, but still having the threat of running the ball provides you an opportunity for these big explosive plays. They're in a cover 2 right here, but, I mean, you see the linebackers are sucked up right away. We kind of run a switch concept, so you see the outside receiver dive and the inside receiver go to replace. And they're in a cover 2, eyes in the backfield, and Rowe just runs right past the corner, and the safety has kind of a hitch route kind of right in front of him that just holds his eyes, and you see the safety kind of see the switch concept, and then he just kind of pats his feet when I don't know which receiver. That might be Jacobs that stopped right in front of him.
Yeah.
And then Rowe runs right past the corner. I mean, they're in cover 2. He's thinking he has help over the top, but the guy's eyes are in the backfield because he's thinking RPO, not a shot. So well-executed play, but that's kind of goes back to if we can continue to run the ball and if we can be more efficient running the ball, we're going to have more plays and opportunities like that. Teams are going to have to honor the game. or the run game. And especially if you have Lenore's taken off, that safety is going to have to be in play too. So great play call, great execution. Looking forward to seeing more of that.
Phil, rewind this one more time. Go back and rewind this one more time. You could tell that this is a play that they obviously have worked on and they understand exactly how it's supposed to work. It looks like the defense was right where they wanted it when they called it. And the reason that you can tell this is because you just mentioned it. Jacobs put his arms in the air as soon as the ball went up because he knew, well, that's how this thing works. He should be open, and that should be a touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, well, in that switch concept, he's taking off and he is sprinting at that safety. He's trying to hold that safety's eyes. Because, I mean, if that corner bails, then Brady Hunt's wide open in the flat, right? So you kind of, it's a three-tiered concept. And perfectly executed. All it takes is a safety or a DB just sitting in sand to take the top off. And that was looking forward to see more of that. It's a nice, easy play, right? Easy reads for Lenore's. He can get the ball out to his flat. He can hit the hitch route, or he can take a shot deep. And like our receivers are making plays. So I think we're going to continue to develop and have more of that.
All right. This is the call on the goal line here. And
this is one of the few plays that I'm usually in on.
This is where
you're sitting in here and you're in 22 personnel. So you have 2 running backs, 2 tight ends, and 1 receiver. Nick Harbor's kind of like a receiver avatar, all the above. But this is it's a run action, so it's supposed to be extremely hard downhill. The offensive line kind of doesn't. I mean, you do see the linebackers flow up, but you're going to highlight it here. But we used to call this red 6. This isn't everybody's goal line playbook. This isn't everybody's short yardage playbook. The fullback runs at the defensive end and try to hold his eyes. Mo probably should have stayed flat. You're not supposed to go behind the defender. You're supposed to stay in front of the defender. That way the quarterback has an easy scapegoat pass to get it out, even if it's just to throw it away. But Rasul's, I mean, this is a drill that we do as a running back. This is a drill, the cut drill that you do 2 or 3 times during training camp, once every 2 or 3 weeks in season. And your rules are to cut 6 inches above the defender's knee. And you're trying to cut his outside knee because if you can't get him down, you're trying to get his hands down. And he did all the above. He did not do. Just kind of curled into a fetal position and rolled over and tried to leg kick him. But I mean, somebody sent me that picture and said, "Hey, like, why didn't he hit Dingle on the shallow cross?" I mean, his eyes are right. Like, really, Dingle is would be his last option. It is fullback to tight end to the races concepts, with the Y races. The front side tight end is kind of diving down, and he's trying to disappear on the backside. So, and usually he's wide open. I mean, Mizzou was in like a red 7 defense there, where they're just all kind of guarding the goal line. They're not necessarily in man covers. You flow to where the offense flows. He wasn't out of the pocket, so he couldn't throw it away, right? That would have been an intentional grounding penalty. You'd love to see him just airmail it over Mo's head or Brady Hunt's head on that play side when he noticed that the Brady Hunt wasn't open on the backside. Or no, that must have been Michael Smith open on the backside. But it's just, and that's tough, right? You just have the big explosive play. You get down to the 1 or 2 yard line. It's 1st and goal. You think you have the perfect play design, and then you have an 11-yard sack, and then you have a holding penalty, and then you're kind of playing from behind. But, that's an opportunity to go up. I think, were we up? Were we tied at that point, or were we already up?
We were up 14-12. They would have been up 2 scores. 21-12 would have been the score.
Yeah, and then you end up.
If they didn't go for 2, they might have gone for 2.
And then you kick a field goal, so it's still a 1 possession game. And yeah, I mean, do you know who play I would have ran right there?
Something with Lenore Sellers?
Yeah, it would have been a direct snap to Lenore Sellers, Q power, and just have everybody and let him either jump over the top or, I mean, is tush push banned in college football? Like, is that a like?
I don't think so.
No.
I mean, like you have 6'5". I mean, I played against Cam Newton a lot when I was in Atlanta, more times than I would like to. And when they got the ball on the 2 or 3 yard line, or if it was third and short or fourth and short, I could tell you exactly what you were going to get. You're going to get big number one running right down your face, and you're going to have to tackle him.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I want to see Lenore run the ball more. Like, I really do. Like, let the defense deal with that man with the ball in his hands. And I've been saying it the last 3 or 4 weeks. It's like, can keep it simple, stupid. Like,
look, I said the same thing at the top with Mike. I aside from the fact that they didn't execute there and get a touchdown, I think the bigger picture to me, I'm not necessarily upset with the play call, whatever. Here's the thing. Had they executed right, it would have been a touchdown anyways. But even if they would have scored a touchdown, I would have still said the same thing that I'm saying now. Man, I don't know. You're on the 2 yard line with a kid who can bulldoze anybody. Send a message. You can't stop from the 2 yard line here. We've got 5 offensive linemen up here that are really good football players, and I'm saying this is the message you're sending. And we got a quarterback that you can't stop. We're on the 2, and there's nothing you can do about it. We're scoring. Put 11.
You're going to get 16 4 times in a row. Just downhill. Eventually, we're going to lean on you, and he's going to fall forward for a touchdown.
Yeah, screw you. Like, we're going to score, and you know what? If it takes 4 plays, that ain't the worst thing in the world, anyways. Because they don't even hold the football long enough. Like, run some clock and then put the ball in the end zone.
That's another note that I had. For the 4th straight game, we were minus 10 minutes in time of possession.
Exactly.
I mean, it's like that recipe's tough. We won the turnover battle. That interception that Kilgore had was a huge play. I mean, they had the ball in plus territory. We had that pick, ended up scoring on a 70 yards drive on that drive. And, when we punted and they got the ball where they got it, I was like, oh boy, here we go. And then Kilgore makes that play, and then we drive the field. So there was, it wasn't all bad. There were some encouraging pieces, like I said, seeing some of these receivers make these big plays. And then I like the play calling. Like the first 3 quarters, I'd like, outside of the efficiency of running the ball, like the pass game was well set up, and the RPOs and breaking the pocket, and Lenore looked a lot more comfortable out there. He still misses easy throws, and he still makes some incredible hard throws. But that's just kind of what you're going to have to. I mean, Cam Newton was the same way.
Yeah. Well, they gotta bounce back. They got Kentucky coming this week. You want to keep a winning streak alive against these guys. Real quick thought on this, Pat. The 3 permanent opponents announced today by the league. The Gamecocks will get Florida, Georgia back as their annual, and they'll be paired with Kentucky. Those will be the 3, and we'll have 6 rotating. We'll get we'll get next 4 years schedules tomorrow night on the SEC network. What do you think about those 3?
Feels like a mini East. The mini East is big.
I like it. Feels good again.
I do. I mean, like, obviously you don't want to draw Georgia. That's just, it's tough. But that's also, like, I don't know. It goes back to there needs to be a rivalry, right? And there needs to be these games that you look forward to, that your players get amped up for. I mean, I know myself being from Florida, and a lot of our recruiting class during my time there was from Florida. Like, that was a game we got amped up for. Georgia was a game we got amped up for. Kentucky was a game we definitely wanted to win. Actually, Kentucky had some really good teams during my time there. But no, I like that. You wish Georgia was Arkansas or Mississippi State, but at least now, like, that's. But also, you go to the mindset as a competitor, which I know Shane always goes to, is if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Let's play Georgia every freaking year, and if we beat them, we know we got a chance of doing some real work later on in the season.
Yeah,
definitely could have beat them last year.
No doubt.
I think that would have been almost a pick'em game. It's at
Yeah.
Wings Price.
Mm-hmm. All right, man. Hints on who is the guest this week on Wednesday.
Oh, this is going to be a hard one for people to guess. It's an offensive lineman. It's a big energy guy.
Is he out of eligibility?
He's out of eligibility.
Lemuel Jean-Pierre.
No, Lem was awesome. No, this is a lot of energy. The guys that played with this guy will know who it is immediately, but to the normal Gamecock fan, it'll be one that they're going to scratch their heads on. But the guy who brought the juice was an attitude, effort, was kind of when we were texting on Saturday night discussing who we needed to be the guest this week. We need some positive energy, and this guy made everybody around him better. So that's kind of why we addressed it this way.
Okay. I'm going to have to think about this. A lot of offensive linemen have played here.
Yeah.
That's not narrowing it down for me.
Yeah. A guy during my era. So if that helps.
Okay. Okay.
Well, that rules out Gurminder Thind.
Yeah.
No, I played with Gurminder for a year or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. He's on the board then.
Big Gur.
Yeah.
This
Might
should
be
be
Gur.
like Vegas odds.
Okay. All right. I'll think about it. I'll get my guess in a little bit later on. I know I can't.
All right. Hey, this week it's a $50 gift card to Home Team. Who does not love a $50 gift card to Home Team?
Well, not I.
Not I.
I mean,
What is Home Team again?
I was at Home Team last night.
Oh, did you get the
wish I
wings?
saved that gift card for myself.
Did you get the wings? Smoked wings?
Weston got the smoked wings and crushed. He wanted a dozen. He finished 10. Was proud of him.
Not bad, man. That's good.
Yeah, he's a grown boy.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Awesome. Well, somebody make sure you follow them on social. Submit your pick, and you can win a $50 gift card to Home Team. Pat, thanks for the time, man. Obviously,
Thank you, Pat.
Hopefully next week we'll be able to talk about a win as they go into the off week in Columbia. But Gamecocks need to get back on it this week, and we'll be paying attention to y'all's new program coming up on Wednesday, Tailgate Talks with DeMarco and Garcia. Thanks, dude.
I appreciate y'all. See you.
Always. There you go. The great Pat DiMarco. All right. Powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston, electricbikescharleston.com. Electricbikescharleston.com. They're everywhere. They're great gifts, and you got the holidays right around the corner. So if you're investing in one for your family, we hope you'll invest with the best to do it. Electric Bikes of Charleston down here in the Low Country. All right, Mike, we'll step aside for a timeout. Other things going on in college football, and then we got JC and
You have the demise of a program and a coach just a couple hours away from Columbia.
Oh, yeah, it's falling apart. It's over. It's over up there. They're going to send him down the road, and he's going to go coach somewhere else. He told us that last week.
I won't go that far, but I'll tell you this. There are a lot of Clemson fans that have just about had enough.
He's going to Virginia Tech.
The woe is me. Look at all my trophies. This is a what have you done for me now business.
Yeah.
Well, and they got worked over at home by Syracuse. And I continue to be amazed at, I don't care if NFL scouts like Cade Klubnik, I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't see it in college games. He might have a lengthy NFL career. That's great. Doesn't mean anything if you're a Clemson fan.
They don't care. They are very, very hot. Who's the best team in the state of South Carolina?
Well, you'll find that out in November, thankfully. That's one thing about this schedule you're not getting rid of anytime soon.
Let me see.
But they are by far the biggest disappointment in the sport this year.
I would agree with that.
There are a lot of national guys out there. You can't hide from it now. I mean, that picked Clemson
to win the
in
title,
the national championship game, if not win it outright. Everybody had them winning the ACC. That was an afterthought.
Yeah.
And they're not even in the same zip code as Florida State and Miami in the ACC, and they lost to Georgia Tech, and now they lost to Syracuse. I'm amazed by it because, like you said, Jamie, I don't get all worked up just on stars, but recruiting does matter. I would rather have 25 stars than 22 stars, and I'll develop the 5 stars and let you develop the 2 stars. They got plenty of that, but it's not showing up on the field.
Could be playing for bowl eligibility in late November. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about a bunch when we get back.
Jeffrey's got space and a touchdown. Can you believe it? Touchdown! He caught it in traffic. Scores! Touchdown, South Carolina!
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution, your solution for dull wood floors that need an upgrade. Our one-day, dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Our goal is to serve as many customers as possible, so give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365, or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks!
Bring on the storm that's raging. If you get lost in the shadows, there's a fire inside you. Be the light that guides you. Come on, carry your flame. Carry it higher. Even in the darkness, carry your torches. Come on, carry your flame. Set the night on fire. Even in the darkness.
All right, welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and presented by the South Carolina Education Lottery. Get your $5 Carolina Jackpot scratch-off tickets now. A couple of real quick look to the weekend ahead in college football. It's a good one. Florida State is traveling to Virginia on Friday night. TCU is at Arizona State on Friday night, so a couple of good Friday night matchups. Southern Cal and Illinois play this weekend. That had a little more luster on it till the Fighting Illini walked into Indiana this weekend and got their ass beat by 53.
You know, that coach might rub a ton of people the wrong way, and he does. But you cannot argue with what he has done in Bloomington.
Dude,
that was beyond a dumpster fire when he took over.
Yeah.
And if he makes the playoff back-to-back years at IU, goodness gracious.
Yep, he's where's he going? I don't know. He might not go anywhere. He might just keep the
no. See, I mean, look, I I understand. Like everybody just believes their job is the best, and you can just get whoever you want. It's rarely that way, Jamie.
Yeah.
It just is. IU's got money. You think Indiana doesn't have money? They got Big Ten money, which as of right now is more than SEC money. That'll change in a couple of years with the new TV deals, but they got plenty of money. And Missouri, Craig, I don't argue that Florida would go after him.
They need to
if they swing and miss on Lane, but Missouri's not going to get. It's not going to be a money thing. Missouri has found a sugar daddy. That's how they have been getting players that they didn't used to get. See what Texas Tech did to Utah?
Right.
The Matador Club strikes again. They got a ton of money, and all of a sudden Texas Tech is good in friggin' everything.
Right.
Don't tell me money doesn't play a role in all this. Like it, even with the new rules, man. If you got that Miami's been spending money like they've never spent it before. They might be the best team in the country. I don't know, but they're really good.
Mm-hmm.
They're really, really good. And when they got holes, what do? They go in the portal and cha-ching, come on here. But with coaches, Missouri can pay Eli whatever Florida offers. Ole Miss can pay Lane whatever Florida offers. Arkansas, they got Walmart money. They got Tyson's Chicken money. If they start going after the guys that we're talking about here, those other programs can match. Money can really dominate in recruiting and portal. But when it comes to poaching a coach from an established Power 4 program, don't be surprised if you're right back looking at the coordinator well or the G5 head coaching well. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Kentucky. I mean, Stoops has been one of the highest paid coaches in the country in Lexington.
Right.
They spend money on football. Now, Summerall is definitely their target. He's got ties to UK. They've had him on the radar. I can't go to a Thanksgiving meal with the in-laws without hearing, we should have gotten him 3 years ago. I mean, they have wanted that dude for a while. That's a different story. Poaching a coach from Tulane is different than Missouri, Indiana, Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Different deal.
Speaking of coaches, interesting week coming up in the SEC, Mike. LSU is at Ole Miss at 3:30 on ABC. Auburn heads to A&M. Obviously, Auburn looking to rebound there. Be a top 10 road victory. Watch out, Tennessee. They're at Mississippi State this weekend at 4:15 on the SEC.
Mississippi State.
Watch out.
First time since 2014.
We talked about, we circled this game in the preseason. More cowbell. And then, obviously, about South Carolina hosting Kentucky, but you got Bama at Georgia, and Georgia is a 2.5-point favorite at home in this game, and that's going to be at 7:30 on ABC, and everybody's going to be, look, if Alabama loses and they're 2-2 with wins over Monroe and Wisconsin before they've got this stretch coming up. They got Vanderbilt coming. They go to Missouri. They got Tennessee, at South Carolina, LSU, Oklahoma. If they're 2-2, Mike, like all the goodwill that they've gotten in the last couple of weeks by beating lowly Monroe and Wisconsin 38-14, it's all out the window because they lost 3 games last year. They didn't make it into the playoff, and Alabama fans know that is very much a possibility once again this year, although I agree with you. I do think a 3-loss SEC team has a good chance to get in. We'll see what it looks like when we get there. But if they got 2 losses, like this was one of our buy or sells early, maybe a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm.
What does Alabama have 2 or more losses before the month of October?
Yeah,
and they could.
You need to break out your happy meter at that point. Take it out of the.
Oh, I got happy meters. They're here for tomorrow. They
ready to go.
The Gamecock one is plummeted for what it's worth. I wouldn't.
I don't want to do the happy meter on Carolina right now. Don't even throw that out there, please. Can we just gloss and?
Well, we know what it is. We know where it is.
It's unnecessary.
It's a one.
Big game for Ty Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
Ty Simpson very quietly has played nearly flawless football. Another quarterback that people are like, yeah, he ain't that good. He won't even keep the starting job.
Mm-hmm.
Is Ty Simpson going to be a first-round draft pick? I don't know. Don't care. I just know he makes winning plays. So Alabama, people might have kind of dug that grave a little early, they still got a lot of talent over there.
They do.
Remember, they beat Georgia last year in one of the most entertaining games of the year. If they win that game and Simpson looks good again, now you got something cooking over there if you're Kalen DeBoer.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you ask me today, who are the 3 best teams in the SEC right now, I would say the 3 best teams in the SEC in no particular order, based on what we've seen, is Georgia, LSU, and Oklahoma. Those would be my 3 picks right now. Okay?
No argument.
If Alabama wins this game, Alabama has moved into that conversation. It's kind of going to be a revolving door of the top of the league, I think, every week.
Well, we talked about how big that tier 2 is, right?
It's huge.
It's huge in the SEC. Carolina's got to win some games to maintain tier 2 status.
Yeah, well, they're not in tier 2 status right now. Carolina's in tier 3 status right now. The way that they've played, I don't know of any team in the league that's played worse than them through 4 games, if you ask me. So I put them down in tier 3 with Florida and Kentucky. I still got Arkansas in tier 2 because they got Notre Dame coming this week. They could take down Notre Dame.
They could, and they've played good enough to beat in successive weeks Ole Miss, and they should have won Memphis. They've done a lot of things right, and your guy Talon Green has looked awfully good for most of the year.
Most of it,
but
yeah,
it's interesting. I think it's one of the more unpredictable years this year in the SEC. It really is.
Yeah, look, October is the most honest month of the season. I'm going to stay with that while we're in the transfer portal era. Think about it. A lot of these teams don't know who they are and who they've got for 3 or 4 weeks. And then they go out there and they play the games, and some teams fall apart because they are off to a bad start. Some teams get better. Some teams that are off to a good, once you've laid the foundation of who you are in September, October is prove it month one way or another. And then November is just kind of like whatever happened in October is going to happen for some teams, and some teams will stay on that track. So October is the honest month of the season. It's the most honest month in football. And whoever finishes in the right direction in September has a chance to have a pretty good October. Carolina just needs to be in that category. I mean, the season is, in my opinion, over from the standpoint of achieving things that you've never achieved. Like, that's gone. Okay, unless there's some major miracle that we've never seen in the sport of college football that's about to strike Columbia, South Carolina. But it doesn't mean that they can't still have a really good season and leave people optimistic for the future. That is
important.
Which is very important.
You just because you're not going to the playoff and you're not winning the SEC doesn't mean these games aren't extremely important. You still have kids to sell on the idea of coming to South Carolina.
Yeah.
You still have the chance to have one of the best 5-year stretches in the history of Carolina football. You still have a chance to showcase some pretty electric players. And you can't hide anymore because you're on national TV every week. So all these things, like it's a doom and gloom Monday. I know what it feels like. But by the same token, I still think there's wins left on this schedule. I still think this team has wins left on this schedule. You certainly want to get to a bowl game. You don't want to have a below 500 year, because that would be 2 and 3 years. That signifies where you're trending is not in a good place. So all those things are more than relevant.
Well, and I think also when you came into the season, I mean, the storyline in Columbia, South Carolina was Lenora Sellers. And if you peter out and don't have a good year, like you don't go to a bowl game or you only win 6 games or something like that, and you couldn't win with this guy who could potentially still be the number 1 overall draft pick, there's going to be a lot of questions being asked, and you're not going to want to have to answer some of those questions. Maybe you end up answering those questions in general by whatever changes you make. But you mentioned the signal. What does it signify? That ain't good. it's just not good. I mean, you don't want to be there, especially if you're a program like South Carolina, like Alabama. They can survive stuff like that. Well, we didn't have a good year. We're still Alabama. We're going to be fine. Programs like the Gamecocks, who are trying to climb the ladder, and they can't. They actually fall down the ladder when they have a Heisman Trophy candidate. It's no bueno. It's very, very hard, and so they got to get it going. And again, we'll see what happens. But I at least like the fact that they're at home against a team that we know they're better than, and then they've got an off week to get healthy and get some things figured out before you hit that stretch run, and that's where it's all going to be decided.
The 5-game gauntlet, which is
going to be decided right there.
You talk about the what'd you call it, the truth month, the month of truth,
the honest month of October.
The honest. Okay, yes, you're going to find a lot of truths in October. And you cannot lose at home to Kentucky. You simply cannot.
No. Well, look, I think that absolutely. Hey, look, if you're let me ask you this: the season has opened up, and I hate these conversations because I know Coach like Shane Beamer's like, oh, for God's sakes, but like you've opened up the season and you're 2-2. All right, and you've lost to Vanderbilt at home. And you lost to Missouri on the road. If at the end of the season you are 8-4 with a win over Clemson, and obviously you'll have beaten some other good teams to get to 8 wins, where do you put that season? Where do you rank it? How do you summarize it in your mind?
If this team goes 8-4
with a win, yeah, exactly.
With a win, success, like.
Okay.
You're partying in 5 Points, the Vista, or whatever part of town you're living in. At this point, if you can somehow squeeze 8 wins out of this team,
right?
Yeah, I think and that would be 17 over a 2-year period.
Yeah,
I think you're elated at that point.
I do too.
That seems a pretty far stretch right now to get 8. I was just talking bowl eligibility.
Hey, I don't disagree with what you're saying, but what I'm getting at here is if you kind of flip the script on it a little bit, and you mentioned it's a lot of doom and gloom, and you're right about that. There is a lot of doom and gloom. But if you look up on December the 1st, the day after they play Clemson, you go, wow, we finished the year 8-4 after that start.
Then you're happy as can be.
I think a lot of people will have now they'll still be disappointed that the Gamecocks didn't get to the playoffs, and they should be, but it doesn't mean that it was a total failure of a year either.
Yeah,
it's just how quickly it can change.
This is not a playoff team.
No, that's over.
Well, yeah, but I mean, even, yeah.
So we'll see.
JC, your thoughts?
No, I'll just say this. I think, I'm not one that ever says any game is a must win, even when it seems like it. But Saturday's a must win. I mean, that's not just for this year's team, the entire program. I mean, you go out there and have some of the same issues, and Kentucky comes in there and cuts you. It's going to be then you go into an open date on a 3-game losing streak, and you got LSU on I mean, my God, you can't. You got to do everything you can to not only fix the long list of issues, but you also have to do everything you can to win this football game. Right. Because if you don't, I mean, the alternative is not pleasant to think about at all. I think they're better than Kentucky, but Kentucky had an open week last week, and they're going to come in and try to run the ball. If they don't tackle better, they're going to keep the ball. And, so I see you're glowing today, Michael.
Well, I'm reacting to what Phil just put on the screen. I didn't know we were prepared to do this, and I don't know if you guys have talked about it.
I'm ready. No, we have not. So now's the perfect time to bridge things over here.
Can I just give a little intro? This show is fantastic. I hate to do that. I hate to pat ourselves in the back, but I'll give you guys all the credit. I just kind of fly in every now and then. But this is I love the fact that what the show's been able to do. The one thing that I do miss, and Trat Row's great, I miss hearing voices of some of our many thousands of listeners. So I've wanted to do this Gamecock graffiti segment for a while, and it looks like we're finally going to do it. So if you're watching, Phil just put up a number scrolling, and it's you're not going to be on live, That's not the way it's going to happen.
No,
but
we're not screening calls. No,
right.
No.
The same guy calls, every day. It's like, why do we have to hear him again? No, but we want to hear from as many as you as possible. And so there's a number there, and you can actually leave your thoughts, your questions, your comments, as Phil put on there, good, bad, indifferent, whatever. I love the fact we'll be able to have some interaction with you folks out there and actually hear what you have to say. I know a lot of you can't text on the chat box in the middle of the day on a work day. So this allows you, no matter what your schedule is or where you are, to go ahead and sound off at 803-250-1297, 803-250-1297. And I guess tomorrow Phil will be able to play some of these.
Yep. As JB sees his way out, he's got something to take care of. But yes, I would imagine, I'll have them up and ready. We'll have little voice cuts up. So, best one wins. Keep it funny, pithy, creative, short. I'm not going to play you if you got a 5-minute diatribe.
Yeah, pithy is a a good way to. Not like
and let us know where you're calling from. That's the other
side. Yeah, absolutely.
Name and town, like old dude used to say.
Yeah, right. Bill from Spartanburg, Frank from Columbia, Willie from Charlotte, whatever. This is the kind of week, especially like, I gotta be honest with you, JC, Phil. I mean, at some point you just run out of things to say, right? Like how many times you're gonna say kind of the same stuff? I want to hear what the people have to say. So we'll get a chance to hear from some of those folks. Again, the Gamecock, the segment is called Gamecock Graffiti, and the number is 803-250-1297.
Yeah, that'll be fun. I'll be the one listening to it. So if you have any personal messages for me, hey, fire Mike Shula. I can already see there's going to be 3 of those already.
If there is,
under 3.5,
that'll play.
In the chat box, JB had a doctor's appointment today, so he had to get out. I mean, trust me.
No. Yeah, that's
I took my wife to the eye doctor the other day at Target. She was 2 minutes late, and they said you'll have to reschedule. And I was like, I want to kill her.
Oh my! I can feel my blood pressure boiling up right now.
When is the doctor ever on time? They make those appointments, and they know they're not going to be on time.
They're not there. Yeah, mine's pretty good as long as you show up, but his staff leaves a lot to be desired when you need something else. But
I've got a physical in the morning, so Alex is actually producing JC and Morgan tomorrow in my stead, but I should be back in time for the show.
Alex Jones?
No.
Wow.
Call in. Listen, man, when you need somebody to fill in, you go get the best.
The versatility of that man is just staggering.
I'm like, yeah.
All right, that sounds good.
So can I tell... No, I'll save that for later. No, I don't want to cut into your time, but
no, you can.
Oh, no, your time, our time.
It's a community time right now.
It's community time. I see we have a guy on the chat row, Elder Llama. Love that handle.
The llama.
So the wife and I, after the Oregon State game, we go from Eugene to on the way to Salem. We go to a winery, Willamette. Don't say Willamette or they'll kick you. It's Willamette. And it's this beautiful winery, as nice as anyone I've ever been to in California. And you go there and, you sip the wine, you get a little cockeyed, maybe make some bad decisions, whatever. But it's just beautiful. They got a fire pit and they've got the bar and you're overlooking all the vineyards and the valleys of Oregon and this picturesque thing. And in walks this guy with a llama. I blank you not. Walks in with a llama. I'll post the pictures on social media.
I saw it.
Did you? You saw? Yes. Yeah. The wife
posted. Summer's one. I thought.
She posted it.
Somewhere with a petting zoo.
I know.
That's at the winery.
Part of the winery. I thought it was just part of the deal.
It's this guy. It's this old guy who looks like just, white hair, looks like a man that you would go to for wisdom, right? Like, I need the meaning of life. And this guy comes out with his llama and said, let me tell you, son. And he'll come up with some fancy phrase. You'll be like, damn, he nailed it. But this guy walks in with a llama, and it's the most well-behaved llama. And I don't have a lot of llama experience to my credit, but I just always assume that llamas are not the most subservient, docile animals out there. But this llama was fantastic, and you got to pet him. But he walks right inside this beautiful
winery, and the llama, he says it's the llama with no drama, the no drama llama. And there is the old guy with the llama, and you're just sitting there sipping on Pinot and then petting a llama. It's the wildest experience I've ever had. Like what is this? How is this thing walking in there? But everybody knew the llama or knew of the llama. He's got like his own social media profile and whatnot. And yeah, you just got to pet the llama as you're drinking wine. So elder llama made me think of that llama.
Yeah,
that's where that connection came from.
Man, and I bet the temperature was nice. It looked like a sunny day, a rare sunny day in the Pacific Northwest.
And let me say this: there's few left on the bucket list in terms of venues. I'll call a game at Happy Valley this year. That's one, and Nebraska. That's another. But I've always wanted to do one at Autzen Stadium. Fantastic. The only seat 60,000. I always thought it was more for some reason.
It's a
seat
smaller,
60. Yeah, it's a smaller. Compared to SEC, we're so used to just these massive. But man, do they get loud! And obviously, it's their in-state rival.
Yeah, it's kind of down, and it's not down. But it's steep. The whole
yes,
it's
yeah.
It looks like the Liberty Bowl to a certain
right,
kinda, but
with the shape,
much nicer
than
the Liberty. That's one of those places I've only been for a camp.
Right.
I've never been to a game, but I've been out there twice, I think, for
yeah.
camp. Loved it. Loved every minute of it.
It's awesome. And that the way their pregame, the duck coming out in the motorcycle and all that, really cool stuff. Obviously, Oregon State's got some issues. They're in the abyss.
Yeah.
You know who the quarterback is of Oregon State?
Malik Murphy.
Malik Murphy. On his third school from Texas to Duke. Should have just stayed at Duke.
Well, I think they would have upgraded. I guess Oregon State was getting 34.5, so they ended up covering. I was keeping up with that game. I was hoping you'd have maybe just at least a little bit of a competitive game.
Yeah, it was close to like 2.5 quarters, but we knew what we were in for. Oregon's loaded. They won the Big Ten last year. They'll go to Penn State this week. That's one of the best games on the docket. But man, like the Dante Moore kid, who was actually offered a scholarship by Jim Harbaugh in the 7th grade. He was at UCLA, got the hell out of there, and now he's loving life in Eugene.
Really good
he's
player.
just smooth. Every throw he makes is just he's the real deal. They got athletes everywhere. I mean, 5-star kids just here, there, and everywhere. Uiagalele's brother is actually one of their defensive ends. He can actually play, unlike DJ. He's actually a good football player. But no, they'll be in the conversation at the end. They'll actually be better next year because most of their best players are sophomores. That was a lot of fun. I rarely get out to that part of the country to do a game, and it's beautiful. Like you mentioned, the weather, no humidity. It was about 78, sunny.
I used to go every July, dude, in Beaverton and Point South, and man, that was a great trip. And
yeah,
I lived in Nashville or Columbia when I would be going out there. 2 places that get warm in the summer.
Right.
You go out there July 4th, and man, just kind of hit we had it at the Nike headquarters in Beaverton. You hit the grass in the morning. It's like, wow, this is.
Did they swag you up?
No, not well. We always got shirts and stuff when we
okay.
covered the Nike camp. Shoes sometimes. Nike shoes don't fit my feet though. So
Phil Knight was there.
Nice.
And the amount of money they're building another $100 million indoor facility for football. It's just ridiculous the amount of money. That's where Oregon is. That's why they are. JC, they don't have a ton of talent at Oregon, but they're getting players everywhere because they got just a blank ton of money.
Historically, it took Rich Brooks 17 years to build that puppy. They were one of the worst outside of Dan Fouts back in the day. They were not very good. And then they had a slow build with Rich, and then Bellotti took it a step further. Chip Kelly got them almost to the promised land. Helfrich had that one good team. They got fired 1 year of Willie Taggart. I would send Florida State a thank you letter for that. Thank you, Florida State. And then Mario got them back, and got Miami, and Dan Lanning's kept it going. So they're close. They're one of those teams. Programs that's been knocking on the door for a while. I wouldn't be surprised to see them break through at some point.
Lanning's a stud. I don't think he's going anywhere either. So I saw some of
the write-up on Big Spur. I know you just came up with yours. I haven't read it yet. Not everybody has. What was your takeaway on Saturday? Your overriding takeaway?
Look, man, you just same old stuff. I mean, if you rush the ball for -9 yards, thankfully they didn't turn it over, and that kind of kept it close. And Missouri's got some issues in the secondary, obviously, and they took advantage of that. But you can't run the ball. You can't stop the run. That sets the other team up for winning the fourth quarter and dominating when the game's on the line, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, they didn't tackle well again on defense. The whole plan on offense, I don't see this team having the type of offense it wants to. If all their whole thing is let's get Lenoris in the pocket, pray we protect him, and let him hit bombs down the field, because there's going to be better secondaries. I thought the receivers as a whole, looked pretty good. Kind of had a breakout game, but that's the only thing that kept them in it. And usually, Beamer came into the game 25-3 when he when leading at half, lost it. Usually the defense gets better in the fourth quarter. That didn't happen this time. But in fairness, when your offense goes 3 and out, and then turns it over on downs with the game out of reach in the fourth quarter, those are your 3 possessions. I don't know what you expect the defense to keep doing. I mean, especially given that bunch. I thought Ahmad Hardy obviously is legit, and their backup running back's just as good. Couldn't get Bo Pribula on the ground. That was a key to the game.
Yeah.
Can't just let him run. And unfortunately, that's what happened. So we'll see. I don't know what they look. Don't listen to me when it comes to fixing it. I mean, I can give you my opinion, but don't listen to me. I probably don't have the best ideas at this point. I do think there are too many people crowded around the ball. So maybe I would consider spreading everybody out. Seems counterintuitive, because you're like, why are you spreading these linemen out? They can't block as it is. Because the defense spreads out, and running lanes, and splits, and things like that. Like college, like they do in college, man. College, the hash marks. Come on, man. That's just me, though.
How about 10 designed runs? Would that be too much to ask?
Well, 4 in a row.
Lenoris.
You're on the 4 in a row from the 2-yard line doesn't seem like too much to ask. I mean, you throw in the power formation. It's worth running once at least to see if you can't get half a yard.
And people are going to question that play call, obviously.
Yeah, but it was execution, though.
Beamer's right that every team in the country, that's the banana play John Gruden always talks about.
Yeah.
It's a good play on that play. But look, here's the thing. Lenore Sellers, you shouldn't have to have him be perfect,
Right.
It gets amplified when that's all there is. It's either Lenore's connect on an unbelievable pass, or that's it. We're cooked. And he made a mistake. He should have thrown it into the 3rd row behind the goalpost and lived to fight another day at the 2. I mean, you get a touchdown there, guys. It's 21-12 at that point.
Yeah.
And these are still college-aged young people. They get excited. They get more confident. They haven't played their best, yet they're up by 2 scores on the road. As it stood, it's disappointing. And then Missouri right back down the field.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I thought, all things considered, as far as the actual scoreboard goes, it was not a miracle, but amazing effort at times for Carolina to stay in the game. Because I don't know that I've ever seen a fourth quarter game where a team gets outrushed during the course of the game, 285 to -9.
And win the turnover battle, right?
Yeah, Carolina won the turnover battle. Now,
Yeah.
Carolina did not turn it over, but you got outrushed 285 to -9.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the penalties, massive.
Oh my God,
that was almost just unexplainable.
After the sack, they got a hold that backed him up even further.
Right.
If it weren't for Sellers hitting Harbor on a little pass, the field goal would have been a little longer. Man, that's just not. I mean, happy to see the downtown connections, right? Because that's something teams are going to have to account for. But right now, I mean, and then the first thing to talk about on our show today is there's an article where Hale with Sellers comments after the game. Lenore Sellers basically says the defense knows what's coming. They know it's coming, he says.
Yeah.
They're doing this, this, and this. And then if we do this, then they're doing this. And then if they do, I mean, he explained it. It was fascinating.
Yeah, I read that. They're zoning up and
they're doing this, this. I mean, well, okay. Well, let's, if they know what's coming, that's a problem. And look, it's not necessarily all play calling. It's more just like, what's the idea on offense? Everybody uses the word identity a lot. I don't care about identity. And identity these days is you need to be good at everything to have a good offense in college football. Yeah. But I mean, what's the idea is my question. I mean, it's not, like I've said before, it's not the NFL. You can't just go out there and say, well, it didn't work today. We got 16 more tries. You don't have to, because like you'll have matchups in games where, like against Missouri secondary, you have an advantage. That's college. You don't have that advantage in the. I mean, you see the Panthers beat the Falcons 30-0. I mean, that's why they say
a surprising outcome.
Yeah, I mean, look, Washington with their backup quarterback, a guy I didn't even know was still playing, Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
Speaking of Oregon, hung 41 on the Raiders, and it's just because, everybody's good at that level. And, you kind of have to take the ups and the downs. In college, you don't have to take the ups and the downs. You need to try to kick the shit out of everybody because you're as a coach, you just got to find the advantages, do what can be done against those advantages you have, and then disguise it. It's like gift wrapping. It's like having what do you call that? The gag gifts where you get together Christmas time.
Yeah, that's like a dirty Santa.
Dirty Santa. You got to be a dirty Santa. You got to have great wrapping skills with formations. In other words, they can't diagnose what you're doing, even though you're doing the same thing, and then do it until the end. So it's like Michael points out in the chat box. First part of the season, they're running it 90% of the time. Now it looks like they want to just drop back and throw. And they're not good enough at blocking to throw it 45 times in a game.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the blocking to pull off the air raid. You're going to have...
which is what teams that can not run the ball have to do.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But there again, I mean, there were a few times where we saw Sellers on design rollouts after the snap, but it wasn't a lot. And that's one way to counter that. So, we'll see. It's just...
But again, if you hit that first and goal from the 2, you go up 2 scores. My guess is the game plan's a little different. You do run more, right?
Yeah, you got game scripted out of this truly, and that's kind of the hinge point, right? Because if you put them down 2 scores, they're going to have to start airing it out, and I think that creates advantage Carolina. But keeping it a 1-possession game at that point just allows them to continue to stay on their track, right? Run the football, grind the clock, make you feel bad. And even then, with all the miscues and all of that, you're in this game. Not only in it, you're leading this game with 15 minutes left to go. Yeah. You get 2 full possessions on offense, and both of them go nowhere. And you just can't. That's unsustainable. It is. I mean, because you're going to lose. You had this game in your hands, and it got away from you that quick.
It's one of those swing games that you could have had. It sucks. Now you got to fight back. You can just don't let it get away from you against Kentucky. That is the ultimate staring you in the face. If you want to go ahead and have the wheels come off, you lose that game at home. So just don't lose it. You're better at virtually every phase of the game than Kentucky is right now. Just from a personnel standpoint. Better quarterback, better wideouts. Better defense, what? Better linebackers, better secondary? Where does Kentucky have an edge?
Well, I don't know. How many times they've been penalized? Maybe it's discipline and fundamentals, because that's the one hallmark of the Mark Stoops teams through his era at Kentucky that can wear you down.
I guarantee you that's what they're thinking. Just go in there and play fundamentally sound. They're going to give it to you.
Yep.
Should be interesting. All right, boys. Now I'm going to eat an avocado in Jamie's
All
honor.
right.
All right, Michael.
Sounds good, Mike.
See you tomorrow, bud.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, JC, let's roll things over here. Fire up some clown music to make us feel better.
Clown music.
Clown show time.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McSheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show, firing off here on a Monday. had the morning show earlier. Pat DiMarco had some pretty good breakdown there inside the playbook, and Mike Morgan joined. Mike will be back, of course, tomorrow. We are going to have our live voicemail line open. You can see the number down there at the bottom here, 803-250-1297. If you want to leave us a voicemail, and assuming that it adheres to the simplicity of a Steven Garcia bit with only 0 to 1 F words, we'll be able to play it. But you'll have the ability to sound off live on air, not just inside the chat box, but if you listen on podcast too and have some thoughts and can't really get in during the day to make you make your points, then we'll be happy to hear them there. But JC, man, you just let it slip away this weekend. Victory right there in your hands. And the thing that drives me crazy, right, is you shot yourself in the foot again. Like, it's rinse repeat on what needs to be fixed week over week. And that seems like it's easy to do, right? I mean, we've seen teams make these changes mid-season before, but man, we need it sooner rather than later, brother.
Yeah. I'm just reading Lenore Sellers' questions. You got to lock in on it. It's pretty much like keying into my voice, stuff like that. It's loud. We're in the SEC, but I mean, we're just going to play at places. It's going to be like that. It's going to get louder. So, I mean, we just got to key in on the voice, key in on the snap count. I think it's pretty much what it is keying in on the focus, penalties, stuff like that. They're just dropping off in the zone. Penalties killed us. I guess it's pretty much with the defense. We don't really know what they're going to do, how they're going to play it, because we could roll out, but they can just shoot the end up the field and blitz a linebacker. So they're shooting the end up the field. I have to step up. Linebacker's coming right there. Try to contain me so they're not going to let me outside, because then I can run it or throw it pretty much. So, I mean, it's just a defensive thing, really.
Yeah. All right, then.
He called the first and goal play call at the moment. Just got to run the ball and keep teams honest. I can't speak for the Carolina defense. On offense, we have to execute better. We got to pass block, throw the ball, to catch the ball, run the ball. Takes 11 of us. He said, it's a weird topic, because it's kind of like I did a lot of read option stuff last year, and people were just taking the running back out. I think now they're just zoning off of it, and they're seeking across with linebackers. So, I mean, they know what's coming too, so they're sitting, making sure I don't keep the ball, and then the linebackers are coming up over the top of that. Then say if I do have a run or something, they're all just shooting gaps. So it's kind of like they know what's coming too. So, man, I don't know what to think about that.
Yeah, I don't know, but if you're giving up tells like that, that's not a good sign. Like, if people know what's coming, then you're gonna get eat up more often than not. And quite frankly, that's what we've seen. So maybe in there is something. I don't know, but you're 4 weeks in. Communication should not be as glaring an issue as it would seem to be at this point. So I don't know, but
yeah, man. But it's just like I don't understand. Like that basically tells me what Lenore Sellers is saying. I mean, basically, this quote says is, and one thing I do appreciate about him with the media, he's honest. Like he doesn't. Lenore Sellers, you ask him to explain why the sky is blue, and Lenore Sellers is going to tell you. I mean, and the best he possibly can. And he's honest, and he's basically saying they know what's coming, and they're shooting gaps. Well, listen, folks, if it was that easy, every defense in America at every level of football would shoot gaps.
Yeah, just consistently.
There's a counter for everything,
right.
and with their play, if they're just saying we're going to spend all this energy and time and effort and game planning taking away the zone read, well, okay, there's been a lot of really good teams through the years that have played zone reads in their base run play. If you take that away, are those teams as limited as South Carolina? I haven't seen it.
No, you still find ways to find success, right? You got to scheme it up, and I don't know. He will give an honest assessment, though. That's the good thing. Is like, yeah, we're just, and that kind of is shades of Beamer, right? Well, we just weren't good enough, and a lot of people don't like it because it's cliche and kind of tropey, but it is what it is. I mean, it's a really simple game. It's hard to execute, as we can see, but it's not that hard to draw it up to where you can counter. If people are showing that kind of tendency, right? If that's the effect, if they're just going to shoot the gap and get in there, if they're going to contain and shoot gaps, there's ways around that, right? I mean, even that lay people can see.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Otherwise everybody would shoot gaps all the time,
Right, exactly. I mean, you'd get linebackers flying in your face everywhere. You've got to draw something quick up on the outside or over the middle that is going to go for positive yardage. I mean, you're not looking for bombs every play. I was happy to see it, right? I liked the game plan. Exploit a secondary that looks like it could be had. And Carolina successfully did that. But it just felt like, to me, JC, it's like, this is feast or famine. You're either running your head into a wall or chucking it down the field with very little limited intermediate opportunities there.
Yeah.
And you can't just cede the middle of the field to the defense. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
Well, yeah, I mean, run game has not been good all year.
Right.
And they threw it more than they ran it. But, I don't think they're good enough at pass protection to just drop back and chunk it, like I said, 45, 50 times a game, which is what teams that cannot run the football have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, you have one of the best dual threat quarterbacks in America back there. I just don't know, man, that, was trying to get him better in the pocket a worthy and noble idea. Yes. And he has gotten better in the pocket.
Yeah.
He does he's making some beautiful throws at times. But I don't think they should have done that to the detriment of the entire offense. And it's almost like they went through and focused on this one thing and then everything else that they could do. They just kind of they're not very good at it. So I don't know what needs to happen. I appreciate the changes a couple of the changes up front on the offensive line. It was not good that Trovon Ball was out, but I appreciate that.
Injured? Is that what that was? Injury?
Yeah, the injury.
Yeah, okay.
He was available, so he was never on the availability report, but just wasn't 100%. Was banged up. Boaz Stanley played guard the whole time. Big Tree got in there most of the game because Casey Henry, poor guy, gets hurt again on the first play.
Ugh.
So I don't know. Average third down was 4th and 12. Average 3. I don't know.
Yeah, third and 12 was the average.
It was 3rd and 12. It's not going to get it done against anybody. You got to be able to run the football because when you can, that's when you play like Missouri played in the fourth quarter. Because eventually pass-happy teams, they're at the mercy of not just bad coverage, but, and I'm not talking like good passing teams that are balanced and, even if they're 70-30, and get out there. I'm not talking about, but teams that have to pass to win the game, eventually you're going to misfire and throw some incompletes. And then it ends up being a 3 and out. And so your defense goes right back on the field and that's it. And the other team can run the ball. That's just what happens.
Yeah.
So,
felt like, it just, there was a time in that game where I just felt like it felt like that Notre Dame, what was that? The Gator Bowl. Like you just knew what was coming. Like they're going to run it. And you just knew that the odds are you're not going to be able to stop it. And that's, man, talk about discouraging. Like you've got to complement things on offense by moving the ball and not, going 3 and out or not penalizing yourself, not going backwards on first down. It's simple.
Look, they have almost 300 rushing yards. I'm not going to sit here and tell everybody the defense was great.
No.
Do I think the defense played well enough to win? Yeah, I do. Against that bunch, absolutely.
Yeah.
But they can't. If you can't run the ball on offense, and then in the fourth quarter, one of the ways you do protect a lead is by getting first downs. And I think this team had some moments in that game where they did play with a resilience. I don't know that they played all that tough at the end of the day, because tough team, if you're really tough, again, I'm not questioning anybody's manhood and saying anything like that. I'm talking about general football toughness. Missouri was the tough team that won the game, not South Carolina. Hanging in there though. I mean, yeah, you can, I just don't know. It's hard to build, after you lose like that, you just kind of back to the drawing board, looking to correct things again and make changes and all that. As Beamer said, I think it's a little easier sometimes when you have some issues like this, and it's a little bit easier to get buy-in when you have to make big changes coming off of a win. So I would look for them to change what they can this week, and then if it needs, and hopefully they win, and an overhaul during an open week obviously is a good time to put in a lot different type of stuff. Because whatever they're trying to do now, it's just not working. The pocket, I mean, look, okay, great. He can throw from the pocket now. Good. So is that your whole offense? And whatever he described, Lenore Sellers, is how they're taking things away. Okay, so what's the counter to that? I mean, teams have been shooting the gaps against this offensive line many times untouched for forever. Where is the counter? I'm not smart enough to know. But there has to be a counter, because, like I said, everybody would send their linebackers every play in every form of football if that was if there wasn't some risk.
I know. Yeah. I mean, there is. It's quick slants, quick outs, roll the pocket, toss it to somebody in the flat, hit them where they ain't. I mean, that's how you defeat the zone. And if they're going to send everything and just drop back, into coverage, it's going to create one-on-one opportunities. You exploited those. But when it looks a little different, what have you schemed up to do that? And I don't know. And can you execute it? Like, it just, we'll get into it after the break though. But
yeah,
I mean, but
Mad Dog Monday coming up after the break.
Yeah.
Phil's pretty mad about several things.
Oh yeah, I got all kind of things.
He's got a list a mile long.
I aired some of my grievances last night on Rooster Rant, which was fun.
Yeah, no job filling in for that one. That was good. I'm gonna get to some Nana's Porch chat box after a while. A lot of you have some really good thoughts. Doc, getting to that. Michael has a good thought about Dowell Loggins that I do not disagree with. Missouri was quicker getting the ball out, somebody said. The chat box updated on me before. I think it was Rooster that said that. Yeah. Well, that's college offense, man. That's what you do. They run a college offense. It's okay to be pro style.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a lot of that quick game that pops up in the pros that we're not necessarily seeing.
Phil's a Commanders fan, so he sees better offense every Sunday.
I'm telling you,
offense that works in college. That work. Yeah, that one would work.
Right, the creativity that comes out of that worked in college,
and
has translated with a few tweaks, obviously, to the NFL. But yeah, I'd take that all. So, listen, somebody get on the horn. No, I'm not saying that. What I am saying though is that Shula could, incorporate a few different things. I don't know. I'm just now. My mind has been just consumed with the whole fact that Sellers seemed to indicate that people knew what was coming, and that is like just
never fun.
Egregious.
Never a good time at all. it always is a good time to order from Gamecock Traditions. I respect those folks because they had the beat sticker, beat Kentucky up bright and early today. And that's really going to be the gist of what we talk about this week, folks, because look, it's one thing to lose to get ambushed by Vandy like you did. And the game sellers didn't play the second half. It's quite another, it's one thing to go out to Missouri and lose to a good football team on the road in a game you should have had and continue to have self-inflicted wounds. Where this self-inflicted wounds are going to fester and boil over and get infected will be against Kentucky, because that's the type of team, that's how they win.
Yeah.
Is they count on you to screw it up, and they just play fundamentally sound when they have one. And I agree with Mike. They're not all terribly good. Carolina should win the game, but these penalties and the dumpster fire, if they know what's coming, it's not that hard. It's an easy game. But Gamecock Traditions is kind of like-minded with me. They want to get on to the Kentucky game. They have their beat sticker up today. You can go to GamecockTraditions.com, get lots of cool stuff shipped anywhere in the whole wide world, that is. And also their brick and mortar stores. They're closed today. Village at Sand Hill and out in Lexington and Columbia. But get on by there, get you some Gamecock stuff. Hopefully we're not sitting here talking about it being on sale in October. Hopefully something good happens. But, like I said, there's 8 games left. But obviously there's serious problems that need to be addressed. And we'll be back. We'll find out what's bothering Mad Dog today after this on the show.
The deals have never been bigger at JT's Kia. Get 0% for 72 months. That's 6 years to pay off your vehicle with no interest whatsoever. Get the best deal for your trade. JT pays up to 25% more. JT means just in time to get you approved for a brand new Kia. We're serious about saving you money, and we're doing it with our biggest deals ever. Hurry now, 840 North Anderson Road, JT's Kia, Rock Hill.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell him Mike sent you.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
This is a breaking news event. We now have boiled peanuts without the shells.
Sorry, Alex. Did you say boiled peanuts without the shells?
Yes, boiled peanuts. No shells. Go to GameDayNuts.net and order them for game day.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cards while you're at it.
I knew I liked that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow, Freddie. You bet.
At Moultrie Insurance, our agents are working for you. Our commercial lines of coverage are well sourced and intimately chosen. We offer commercial lines of coverage such as business owners, umbrella, property, auto, or general liability coverage, and evaluate every option to find what fits you best. Like a good offensive coordinator, we will draw up the plays, but only run with what you feel comfortable. Get in touch with our quarterback, Perry Orth, or our head coach, Frank, by visiting MoultrieINS.com. MoultrieINS.com. Moultrie Insurance, proud supporters of the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
And now, the show goes on.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks. The show rolls on. Mad Dog Monday, as we like to say. Got some thoughts here. But first, of course, we are presented in part by the South Carolina Education Lottery, and the Carolina Jackpot $5 scratch-off ticket is back and giving you a chance to win up to $100,000, all while $200,000. Excuse me, JC, $200,000. All while supporting future Gamecocks across the state. After you play, of course, enter your tickets into the Second Chance promotion, where you can level the playing field with another chance to win $50,000, $75,000, or $100,000 live in an upcoming women's basketball game. See SCEducationLottery.com for game odds and details. So first, here's the thing that really just glaringly stood out to me, JC, that is just so infuriating. You are still committing these pre-snap penalties, and it doesn't matter what time of the game that happens. That is so deflating. Like, anytime you're moving backwards when you've got the football before the ball is even snapped, it just completely wrecks everything. You've got to change your 1st and 10 to a 1st and 15 play, or you go out there and it's the centers too. The centers, you're the one, you're the guy. There's two people that touch the ball on every play, the center and the quarterback. You have to count on the guy who has the ball first to make right decisions and make sure the communication is set and get the ball cleanly to the guy that makes the plays. And if you're fundamentally breaking down there, then there's an issue. One of the other things that's killing me, we've seen too many players on this team regress year over year, in my opinion. Like, we have had some excellent performances last year by starters on this team, and they are not giving the same level of effort, leading to the same level of production as what they had last year. It is what it is. I don't know. Guys getting beat when they typically wouldn't is aiding to some of these problems with the pockets collapsing and not being able to stand in there and throw the ball. It does look like Lenora Sellers is kind of thinking one too many steps, and looks like he's caught in what JB kind of referred to a few weeks ago as that development web. Maybe that is part of the issue. But like I said, coming out of, I think it was Virginia Tech, I was like, you are under no obligation at the level of college football to actually do the development for the NFL. There are plenty of guys who won at the college level, playing in college schemes, playing college offenses, who had the tangible qualities and then some of the intangibles that the NFL will then take you and be like, I can develop them. Hell, I can even develop them under fire. Just put them in there, let the rookie start. We see it all the time. They struggle a little bit at that level and then they get a little better, but they were successful in college. I have no interest whatsoever in developing Lenora Sellers into a number 1 overall draft pick at quarterback when you're going to go, 7-5? Hell, even 8-4. That's not what your job is. I'm not saying that's the sole thing they're trying to do down there, but it is obviously affecting the way that he is executing in these games. Whatever's being done in the background is affecting Sellers' ability to play freely and has not allowed him to fully utilize every weapon in his toolbox. So, got to fix that. Defense, it's simple. You got to tackle. You got to wrap up. And again, this is another part of that where there were guys who are not playing as well as they were last year at one of the most fundamental things on defense, which is you got to wrap this guy up and bring him to the ground. I don't care if he is a Mod Hardy. I don't care if he is about to, have a Heisman contending season. You can bring these guys down. You've played against tough running backs before. So you just got to tackle them in the open field. But my main key coming out of all of this is I'm tired of coming here on Monday and talking about the same damn things over and over and over again. And here we are 4 straight weeks. You performed well in the first game to get the win on the road at a neutral site, right? And you did what you did to come away with a win. Mission accomplished. 3 straight games, you have not looked good. It did not look good. It has looked sloppy and undisciplined and not well coached. And that can be fixed by the adults in the room, let's say. You need to get that under control, period. And start there. If it's that simple, right? Don't screw with scheme. Don't do anything like that. Get this team to play with discipline and fundamentals, because it's going to be your discipline and fundamentals this Saturday versus discipline and fundamentals coming down from Lexington. And that is precisely how the team wins. They will out football you. They will not out, big play you. They're not going to, light up the scoreboard, but they're going to do the little things well to put a thorn in your side to keep themselves in the game late. And you're going to come away with a loss unless you get those very basic things fixed first.
Blocking and tackling, brother.
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple game, JC. Blocking and tackling. If you do that, you got a shot. And you didn't do that well and still had a shot on the road this weekend and let it slip away.
You let them off the hook.
Yeah, you did. You had them.
Yeah, there's definite things they need to clean up. Nana Sports chat box. Bruin talks about the speed of the scheme. It has to have time for plays to develop. Yeah, when you're dropping back and chunking it deep, it takes time. And that's your whole deal. Sure. Craig asked about Kendall Browse and this system. I've always been a fan of Kendall Browse, always been a fan of the Browse system. I think it's really good, running and throwing. It's fun to play in. As far as his fit for what I didn't like was how the KJ Jefferson thing at Arkansas. He basically got him knocked silly and sideways, and then he was knocked out at the end of that year, and they had a passing quarterback in there and could not do much.
Yeah, that
would make me a little hesitant. I don't think if there was ever a change in direction on offense, that would be the way Beamer would go. And I'm not saying he's wrong about this. I I think if Beamer ended up hiring Kendall Browse, great. I'd get behind it, but I can see why that hadn't really been the plan as far as that goes. Ruin said Beamer's never going to change his philosophy on offense. Let me just explain this. What's the first of all? I don't think you could discern really what the philosophy is, other than you want an offense that can do different things well, and that's his vision for it. It's not necessarily that he's married to a pro style system. He likes the pro style system, obviously, but there are a lot of really good offensive coaches that run pro style systems. I mean, in college, it's pro style, not pro system. I don't know what, I thought Dowell Loggins actually in talking to some of the players, the offseason before he got there, I think he kind of hit the sweet spot with it. I mean, I had some issues with some of the things they were doing toward the beginning of last year, obviously, but somebody in the chat box said he's more creative. Yeah, I think so. I think there's a lot more creativity to the offense last year. So there's that pimp on a blimp. Kids being paid too much money. I knew that would come up. That's going to come up everywhere where teams are struggling.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it alone. Why do we see so many who leave seem to produce better? I don't know. Are you talking about a Mega Blake? He's been to East Carolina, then had to go to Charlotte and did well, got his act together there.
But would you take Omega Blake over some of the receivers we got on this squad? That's the way I look at it now. I'm like, nah, I don't think so, because that's the one room on the offense that seems to be
looks
doing
like
well.
they're coming along.
Yeah, that looks like they are.
Travis Jacobs, Ryan Rode, and Nick Harbor continues to play well.
Yeah.
Robert said, I have a question. With the offensive line being so bad, especially run blocking, wouldn't the coaches see this in preseason or spring? Not necessarily. Practice is a lot different. Practice, I always say, is used to determine who's going to go play. You just never know. And they may not make the mistakes in practice they make during the games.
I mean,
so it's hard to tell. That's why, I'm about to the point where they need to kind of help coaches out, let them get a look against somebody else, because there's a lot of surprises out there this year that you wouldn't think would be happening around the whole sport. So Michael says the whole team's effort shit. That falls on coaching. Yeah, I don't know that effort. I think it's the tough. Missouri was the tougher team at the end, and when you don't tackle and have some surprising plays, they're not running 11 to the football, and last year's defense, it didn't matter what. And I'm not comparing it to last year's because it's a different group.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be last year's, but fundamentally, you expect them to be able to tackle, and they're all capable. It's not like, that guy's a bad tackler.
That's right. But we got him out there.
we got to play him, but he's not a very good tackler. I said that in an Australian accent because it's just funnier. I want to lighten the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, what do you think? I mean, there have been Carolina teams in the past, JC, that have had guys at those positions. It was like, well, he's the best one for the job. And that's where you stop the analysis.
I will put up with you until I can replace you.
That's right. Yeah. But it just, man, that drives me nuts. Like you gotta, okay. Last week you let one get away from you. You got slapped at home by Vanderbilt, and that was ugly, and that felt bad. And you obviously didn't let that beat you right at the beginning, because here it is. You play the first quarter essentially to a stalemate. Next thing you know, everybody gets their offenses moving, but it's both of them. And you keep yourself in this game. Keep yourself in this game on the road. And then just until you just stop. Now, I wish the bye week were this week, JC, but it's not. So you've got Kentucky coming in here. Yeah, you can't really call Kentucky a get right because it's not a get right. It's a
possible loss now.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You can lose this game in dramatic fashion if you let it get away from you. But if you go in there and put a solid week of practice together that doesn't overemphasize trying to do too much, that just says, if you do the essentials and then expand on that, like you've got to get back to that first. You have to. And I'm tired of the same narrative coming out of these games every week of communication, playing undisciplined, and not using your fundamentals.
I mean, like they were talking about community in the post game or Sunday night teleconference or something. Yeah, I mean, even Sellers mentioned it. The crowd. I mean, look, what's going on then? Then go get. Then I'm serious. Go get those daggum. Go get you some poster board.
Yeah.
You see this nice picture of Mayor McCheese in my background? Make McCheese one of the calls. Put Clemson had SpongeBob up there one year.
Yeah, I mean,
whatever
you need to do.
It's college football. It's college football. There doesn't need to be a 9-word play call if you don't have to have it that way. There doesn't need to be signals and people yelling. And I mean, look, Beamer said it. Missouri's the tip of the iceberg. It's nothing compared to Baton Rouge. And if this group continues to make those issues, you're going to see snaps go over Sellers' head. I mean, they're going to get Sellers knocked in the next week at LSU. If that's we just can't hear. You couldn't hear at home against an FCS team. Was the marching 101 playing too loud? No, they have to stop. What was exactly too loud about that? I don't understand that. And if these guys just aren't very good audible learners, time for the Mayor McCheese poster. I mean, that's how college teams do it. And it's very simplistic. And I've always kind of liked that Carolina didn't use that. But I mean, if you got to go to flashcards or whatever, let's all get on the same page and roll. To hell with whatever play call you're trying, how you're calling it. Call red, green, blue. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
Blue SpongeBob left. I mean, that's pretty simple.
Here, yeah. And you just, I mean, it's get something. I mean, get something going. I don't understand.
But even then, it's
and you have helmet communication too, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you get to talk to him right in his ear. I mean, you see him do like this so they can hear. I mean, you got to be able to. And if you can't, there's still guys on the sidelines that can signal something in, right? Or whatever it is. Like, there are solutions to this communication problem. It does not have to continue on throughout an entire season. Because if it were a problem, then more teams would be having this problem, not just across this league, but across all leagues and at all levels. But there, you find a way to fix that, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is, so long as it works. But right now, what's going on is obviously not working, because here we are again 4 weeks in talking about the same thing. Yeah. So, yeah, like Beamer said, you know, the definition of insanity is doing something over and over again, expecting a different result. Well, we can take him at his word, hopefully, that he's going back in there. He went back in there yesterday, and we're talking with coaches today about, hey, you need to we've got to figure something out.
Yeah, and good job by John Whittle. He was going to ask about coaches and Beamer on the teleconference. Just kind of read his mind and said coaches too.
Yeah,
I mean, Beamer doesn't normally. He went out of his way to mention coaches multiple times. So, and like he explained to everyone, he's not going to throw everybody under the bus.
No,
that's not his job, and he won't. And as much as people want the red meat, he's just not going to do that as a head coach, you know. Like, I didn't think that time at Kentucky when Steve Spurrier had Ron Cooper come out and talk to the media was all that bad. But there are folks in coaching that were horrified by it.
Right.
So
right. Yeah. You just don't do that. Well, why not?
Well, you know, I don't mind Shane Beamer kind of playing that one by the book. You know, it's a bad look because people say it's a bad look. Again, I'm not criticizing Spurrier for doing it because he did things his own way. But for most coaches, I mean, you don't see Dabo dragging Garrett Riley out and Tom Allen right now.
Oh, you don't see.
When they probably should.
You could be our friends up here today, where you really have dropped 3 games. One of them you arguable, and then 2 you just definitely should not have lost. But hey, you're not. You are who you are. South Carolina is who South Carolina is, and I think right now they're still trying to figure out what the best version of themselves is, and we're running out of daylight on the ability to figure that out here without it really hurting.
I know what I've figured out. We have a VHS dates today on the
We
other
do.
side of
It was
this.
good. Yeah.
Alberto is his name. He kind of runs the gamut with his thing. Sponsored by Gen X on ChiefSportsNetwork.com. Also, I know another thing, Phil. I know that D's Wings is delicious. So get these to D's Wings for some comfort food, comfort drinks, comfort amongst your friends during these really trying times for the Gamecocks. These Wings, West Columbia. Don't forget Taco Tuesday tomorrow night. Also, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29 on Wednesday. I go there. Mike Morgan goes there. We all go there when we can. These Wings, proud sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks, the show. You know, Syracuse is just like Kentucky. A team that shouldn't give Clemson problems, that did historically, but Clemson usually has won.
Yeah.
For a while, they had the one loss in 17 on Friday night, but they found a way to beat Syracuse. But Syracuse as a program isn't scared of Clemson. They haven't been for a very long time. And Kentucky, I hate to tell you guys this. I hate to be the one to break the news. But Kentucky ain't scared of South Carolina. And it'll be a similar result to the one at Memorial Stadium this past weekend if the Gamecocks play with their head inserted into their backsides and continue to do that. We'll be back with VHS dates, try to lighten the mood around here after this.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Oh man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Every Sunday night at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app, the Chief Sports YouTube channel, and on our X accounts. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, talking the week that was and what's to come in the SEC. Join us every week for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cards while you're at it.
I knew I liked that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, ready?
You bet.
Tune in every Friday at 9 a.m. to the Four Quarter Friday High School Show on the Chief Sports Network.
What I'm looking for in a lover is childbearing hips because I have a big head. My name is Alberto. For a living, I work at maintenance. It's pretty wild. Those guys know how to have fun. My best qualities are that I can cook a patty melt. My favorite meal is going to be alfajores, which is cookie with on the inside is a brown goo, and that goo is going to be almost as sweet as burdo. People say that I fall in love too quick, but to that I say, I love you. I am a very fun guy. When I do fun guy stuff, my friends call me Chester the Wise Guy. For fun, I like to read romance books because I'm always the lead character inside of my head. The best advice that I ever received was love is a choice. That's why you choose it every morning. I believe that there is a God and that his name is Jesus. And I would love to talk to you about that. What I'm looking for in a lover is hips because
I have a big head. Okay, all right. So someone with a big head.
Speaking for those of us,
he's just getting way ahead of himself here.
Right? Yes, he is.
You're not looking for a lover. You're looking for a mother of your children.
Right.
You're going 0 to 60. Michael's going to use the childbearing hips because I have a big headline. Yeah, I should have used that in my single days, Michael. My head's enormous.
I mean, whatever works, but that's awfully presumptuous.
I come from a big-headed family too, and it's like I felt bad for my mother. Poor mom. It's the Sherbert side too. So anyway, Dad had a big head. We're all big-headed people, but that was a great line. The romance novel thing, Phil. I just don't know that I would be sharing that.
Yeah, that might be a guilty pleasure you just keep to yourself, right?
Yeah, man. Just some things you just want to kind of go on the DL about, right? And so that was good, but what else? What else did he say? I mean, like my man's religion's all good, but at the end, I mean, that sound, it's not what he said about Jesus.
No.
I'm fine with that. That's perfectly normal. It's how he delivered the line. I would like to talk to you about Jesus.
That's right. It was the hard left into it.
Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior? And I'm like, whoa, that's not a good line.
Yeah, right.
Some girls go for the Latino thing, Alberto, or
right.
Italian or whatever, but the look does not match the accent in a lot of ways.
No.
Somehow.
More Argentinian, I guess.
Clark Lee look is
that
not
light skin talking with that accent is where my mind goes. Either that or a true Spaniard, man.
The Clark Lee look, and then Chester what did he say about Chester the wizard or something?
I don't know what it was. That was real weird.
That got me too. So you go. I read romance.
I have a big head. My name is Alberto.
Can you
For
hear
a living, I work at maintenance.
I was
It's
just
pretty wild. Those guys know how to have fun. My best qualities are that I
wish I
can cook a patty melt. My favorite meal is going to be alfajores, which is cookie with on the inside is a brown goo, and that goo is going to be almost as sweet as burdo.
That's not a
People
meal.
say that I fall in love too quick. But to that, I say, I love you. I am a very fun guy. When I do fun guy stuff, my friends call me Chester the wise guy.
The wise
guy.
Chester the wise guy.
Chester the wise guy. He eats cookies for every meal.
But then, and then accompany that with this look right here.
Oh, Lord have mercy. That one, no, the head, he's a different kind of big-headed than yours truly.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Mine is like
me.
more
He's
like
got that
depth.
five
Like
head.
it goes all the way back in kind of a pear-shaped looking, a pear that's inverted. This guy looks like an alien.
Yeah, this is an
Like from
alien or a
Mars
light bulb.
Attacks.
Yeah, right.
Look at that look. Chester the wise guy, brother.
Wise guy.
Oh my Lord, have mercy. So we got to start rating these, Phil. I'm going to give him on the awkward scale, 1 to 10, right? How awkward was this one? I'm going to go with a solid 8.5.
I was going to go 7.5. So yeah,
7.5,
we're pretty
8.
close there. Yeah. He's definitely at least 3/4 awkward.
Jim Carrey and the mask. Michael says, I can see why all these people are single. Doc chimes in from the Nana Sports chat box. And that dude is desperate for a girl. How?
Who knows? I mean, maybe he's not a billionaire genius like Lex Luthor, but that might be right. That might be why he's single.
Lance from the Nana Sports chat box chimes in. He's like I tell my guys before we break at the end zone before a game. If you're scared, go to church. If you're brave, meet me at the 50. You got two choices. I can be the hammer, or you can be the nail. You decide. It's pretty solid advice.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the coaching staff's been super nice or whatever. I just don't understand why there's an FBS SEC level football program. There's this much of a disconnect. I mean, I could see, maybe the portal guy, if this was the case, maybe the portal guys they got all ended up being kind of like a collection, a bag of bust, which is going to happen to schools. I don't know that I would go through the portal class, Phil, right now and say they're all a bunch of busts.
No,
I don't know that I think there's some good players there that have played well.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm not ready to throw this whole season out. No.
I could see that. I could see if we were in the old ways and recruiting was, needed a year or two to catch up. Oh, it's a good young team. They're going to take their lumps. I could see that. I could see if they had a new starting quarterback, but they don't. They have a new offensive coordinator that was on staff last year, who's not running the same system as last year. I'll be clear about that, but maybe they should have. I don't know. But that's all. That's the only operational change. You do have some new offensive linemen, but they're not like out there just limited, like not very good. They don't play with a good technique and they don't know their assignments. So, I mean, I've seen offensive lines around here that just weren't very good. They just suck. They're just not that good at collectively. Nothing against any single one of them. They are just not very good football players, or not good enough, and they get overwhelmed sometimes. That happens. That's happened in several years. I get it. But this year, dude, I mean, it's like, okay, so your two tackles are back. You're really kind of deep at tackle, if you want to be honest, because you got three good ones back. Shivers is good too. That's 4. The interior should feature some guys that were going into their third year that are good recruits, guys from the portal that you got that you supposedly like. You went and got 2 centers out of the portal that, I mean, I didn't think Nolan Hay played bad when he was in.
I didn't either. I hated to see him
got
go
hurt.
out with injury. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, well, maybe they can, because even then it's like, this is truly a new look O-line that they rolled out here with. And I'm like, all right, let's see. And then I it's like you play to the stalemate in the first quarter and then you actually get the offense moving. And I'm like, all right, here we go. We're going to move the ball. We're going to get it down the field. And then it just stopped. You just couldn't do it effectively. And you're still, running right up the middle in a lot of instances and not being able to get much yards.
I don't get it. Doc says we have regression for veteran players. Something is broken, period. Well, who would I say has regressed probably. I mean, I don't know that Josiah Thompson has regressed, but he hasn't gotten that much better since last year as a true freshman.
Yeah, so regressed or maintained
or did not get better,
yeah, or
yeah.
did not improve. Like it's and even certain. I mean, like I mean, not to call him out by name, but that's not scheme. Just getting beat 1-on-1 when you got an edge rusher coming at you. I mean, it's not. You can't design that any better. That's
Yeah, I
you
mean,
got to
he's
get
gotta
your
hold
hands
his
on that
block.
dude.
Yeah, he's got to hold his blocks, or they got to play somebody else. I don't really care what he was rated. I mean,
Right.
he's still a young player that has time to develop. If you do have, I mean, they did that with Tree last year. They didn't hesitate to redshirt him.
Yep.
So Chaco says Thompson has regressed. Why? I mean, he just did any better than he was last year.
Yeah.
Through 4 games. He's capable. Chalks also says blocking comes with confidence. If they don't know the assignment and are confused when the ball snaps, that's the result. Absolutely it is.
Yeah.
That's 100% of it. That's why it's so maddening.
Right.
I mean, are you telling me that, because people say, well, why didn't they notice this in practice? I don't know. But it could not have been the plan that, like, we're gonna make this stuff so complicated that everybody's head's gonna be on a swivel for the first 4 weeks of the season, and we're gonna play players that literally say after a game at home against an FCS opponent that they can't hear.
Yeah.
Davis. That can't be the deal.
No.
And nothing's changed up front. Last year it was unacceptable to give up 20 however many sacks. They're well on their way to doing that this year.
Oh, you're on pace to blow that out.
But the plan, you give up 25 sacks a year before, you got to replace 3 starters up front. You feel confident you can replace him, but why is the plan to put him in the pocket? You couldn't pass protect last year to almost a record level. So the plan is to do more pass protecting. But Lenoris is right. Lenoris is right, though. I mean, if his comments, Phil, I take his comments over anything you're going to hear me say about what I see or anybody else sees out there. Right. He's the quarterback, and he is an honest dealer. And he's absolutely right about what he says. We just got to play better and clean up the mistakes and stop with the penalties. He's right, completely correct. But what's concerning is he basically went through and described. We all love football, right? If you listen to this show, you have to love football. Either you love football or you love VHS dates and Mary McCheese. And clowns are people to the song.
That's fair.
But we all love football, right? We all, any kind of like actual football stuff, we cling to it. Well, cling to this. It's not good, but cling to what he said. They know exactly what's coming and how to stop us is essentially what he said. Ergo, it's time to do something different. Do I know what that is? No. I'm not smart enough. But look, dude, I don't make $1 million a year to figure this out either. No. And I ain't coming down. I've been a little country today with my approach. I ain't coming down on anybody for making money. I ain't. Pimp on a Blimp says Satterfield's calling plays for Nebraska for us. Man, it ain't even like Satterfield though.
No,
it ain't even like, okay, we got 17 things that worked last week. We're going to shelf all of it and go do this other thing.
Because you do see things that work and you're like, oh, wow, they're doing that. You're going back to that.
It's
like,
the polar opposite.
Yeah, it really is.
Polar opposite of what's going on. It's the end game approach too. It's like and look, man, they kept firing it down the field. I mean, good for Mike Shula for dialing those up, man. I mean, because that's the only way they were going to get it down the field. So
I mean, I can't
say it was all bad by him.
No, they saw something to exploit and they did it. And that's what a game plan is about, right? That's how you scheme up a game, and they went after it. The problem is that you couldn't even complement that on that side of the ball. Like when you needed to eat up some clock and move the ball down the field, you just couldn't, because it was like run up the middle, no gain, 1 yard, maybe. Next play, screw it. Somebody's down there, throw it to them. And at that point, then you're behind the sticks on third down again. I mean, and as crazy as it sounds, a more manageable like 3rd and 8 or 9 than what you've typically been leaving yourself with. But Missouri figured it out. They're going to throw the ball down the field. So when they knew you were going to throw the ball down the field, they played a little soft, and it looked like there were some ability to get some creative runs in there, but just couldn't make it happen because he just whiffed. I don't know. It was frustrating. It was extremely frustrating and very disappointing the way that fourth quarter played out, man.
Yeah. Doc says, the fourth quarter is deflating. He says, we are fans. It's our job to overhype unproven teams that become infuriated when they don't live up to that. Well, I mean, I don't think you can say anything other than South Carolina as a top 10 team preseason was overhyped. They haven't played anywhere close to that.
No.
That said, I think what people are rightfully upset about is the reasons why. I mean, because there's a reason for everything. Not everything is an excuse.
No.
Sometimes excuses are just kind of like, well, the sky was green that day, Phil. I had a bad hot dog for lunch, and my tummy was hurting.
I ate too much food.
Yeah. Lenora Sellers being out for a half is a reason, not an excuse. Now, should they have played better? Absolutely. Because there's no excuse fumbling and stumbling and throwing picks and all the crap that they did in that Vandy game. Right. Even with Luke Doty in there. I mean, they moved it between the 80s. 27 years old. Between the 20s, just fine. I mean, so, and then this last game, it's like, it's like Beamer said, how do you expect, you're not going to win if you have -9 rushing yards and you give up 300, and then
you're lucky you didn't get blown out by 40 points with a stat like that. Period.
Most of the time, if you get outrushed that bad in a game, you were done. I mean, it's ugly. And Missouri's probably like, oh, it should have been. What's wrong with us? Dang.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of soul searching on the other side too. Well, maybe we aren't as good as everybody was saying we are. Well, I know you're probably not.
Eli Drinkins is not happy with the pass defense. I listened to his press conference.
Yeah, nor should he be.
But I think what infuriates people, it's like, hey, you get out there and you're just not good enough. People can live with that. That gets back to recruiting. You're going to miss these days, especially with portal guys who you're counting on. That's fine. That's one thing. And then people are like, oh, well, probably just not as good. But dude, like, okay, so game one, I say, riddle me this, Batman. Game one, there was two receivers that caught passes in the whole game. Right? They were throwing it at the tight end and trying stubbornly to run the ball. Against South Carolina State, Jacobs kind of came up. They threw it a lot against Vandy because they were behind. So how does the offense go from that to a game where you looked really, really good and had multiple receivers? I mean, for the first time in a long time, that was a game where you look. Carolina's receivers are pretty good.
Yeah,
a long time. How do you go? But yet now you're -9. You've gotten worse rushing the ball every single time. Not necessarily statistically, although that may be the case. But -9, dude. I mean,
it's like there's some equilibrium point, right, that this offense must maintain, right? If you're going to throw it all over the yard, well, you got to balance that out by not running it well. Like, God forbid you can have both, but you can have both. You can execute and have both.
Can have it all.
You can have it all. It's easy.
You could have it all.
That's right.
Krieger wants Logan's playbook back. Well, I mean, there's a lot of the same plays.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it's just the plays. I think it's, but it's not the play. I mean, the actual plays, I think they're all pretty decent ball plays, right? But if your quarterback's sitting there saying they know what's coming, it's probably time to do something else.
That might be time to call an audible. I don't know. Where'd that come from?
I mean, it's not always all scheme and play calling, folks, as we all know that. But if your quarterback says he knows they know what's coming, and he can tell the media why they know what's coming and what they're doing to counter all that, then it's up to the coaches and everybody to figure out the counter to it, brother.
Right. I mean,
in football, there's a counter for everything. I don't know what it is. I'm a moron.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that I have all the answers on how to fix it. All I know is it can be fixed.
I know that I picked the exact margin of victory for Missouri for my pick this week, but I made some terrible picks otherwise. The biggest pick that was the most terrible, and I probably just got to stop making fun of Indiana at this point. They beat BD Belima 63-10 at home. They took Illinois out behind the woodshed. Now, you want to see a team that plays hard and plays good fundamental football? Unfortunately, it's Indiana.
Right. It's out of nowhere.
I thought O'Doyle, your whole family's about to go down, like when Signetti was talking smack about the SEC, but
same.
Hell, they're pretty good. I don't know what happened to Illinois. I guess the good feelings are over now about beating Carolina in the bowl.
That's right. It's worn off.
Crashing down now in Champaign.
They need something to boost their spirits again. They need another dominant performance to ride the back of for 4 more games. Yeah. Who do they got this week? I don't know.
Illinois. Probably somebody pretty good.
Yeah, probably, yeah, more than likely.
Unless they're playing Wisconsin, which is absolutely hit rock bottom.
We both erred on that and the Utah game. Like, gave it too much.
I'll tell you, Texas Tech did look good.
They did.
They did look good.
Apparently, you can walk into Rice Eccles.
You can walk in there and drop your kahunas,
your things down, and go.
They did it with mostly the backup quarterback too.
I know.
I thought Texas Tech's defense looked good.
That is what, like, the most surprising part about that for me was it looked like Texas Tech defense was outplaying Utah's, and that is not something that you see in the Big 12 period.
Rooster noticed some tendency Shed Surratt leading right before the snap when he pulls. The coaches have to see that. Yeah, they got to get that corrected. And I can halfway excuse that. That's a true freshman.
Right. That's okay. Here, you have a tendency, and that's the time to address it is in that first year and early. It's just, but what about, that's not the only thing going wrong.
As good as he is, though, why is he the best one inside? Why is he better than Marquis Anderson?
Something tells me Marquis hurt. Because his injury with Vanderbilt, like that was, that looked to be a bit more.
Where is Nick Sharp? They got him out of the portal.
Yeah,
where is he?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think he's played a snap, unless he got in.
I'll say this: I've seen R.J. Newsom look worse than he did the other night when he had to come in and play center.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he was a world beater, but I'm trying to find silver linings in some ways here.
Even then, like, what? I don't know. I mean, I know you kind of plan these things out. Okay, if this happens and this happens, but I was a little surprised, JC, to see Boaz not slide inside to play center after Hay went down. Right? I'm like, oh, well, this is.
Have we given up on Boaz at center?
Yeah, maybe.
He's probably a guard.
Well, I mean, if that's what it is, then that's what it is. But now you got to find a freaking center after 4 games in the middle of a season.
Well, Beamer talked about injuries. He said Kaysen, Henry, and Gabriel Brownlow, Dindy, great there.
Good.
Are the two they're most worried about. But we'll see kind of what happens. And heck, he may just be blowing the whole offensive line up and come out with like new people. Like you may see Tree, Marquis, Hay, Sharp, or Ball if he's back, and then
that's right.
Shiver.
Ball and Shiver.
That's what I would do. I'd be like, y'all are not getting it done. Bye. Right. Your ass is on the bench. And they did that too. They did reshuffle to their credit. It just didn't work. Chalk's got a good Nana's Porch chat box submission. Don't forget 803-250-1297. Call the Gamecock graffiti line. Leave a message. Let your voice be heard. Keep it short. We're not going to play a big monologue, but we'll play. It's kind of like the Weiner line. Remember from the old Pac-Man, Primetime with the Pac-Man, that kind of concept. I want to get your voice out there. Brandon asked if Sharp can play center. Nah, he wasn't. I don't think he played center. That was Newsom that played some. Newsom, Hay, and Stanley were your guys that have played center before. Yeah. So, and I'll read Chalks when we get back on the other side. Rooster says, strip it down to the basics and start with that. This team is a cluster McCluck of issues. Absolutely. And we'll be back with to wrap things up with more of the cluster McCluck of issues. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Right after this on Inside the Gamecocks, the show on a Monday.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
This is Larry Leitner, owner and founder of Midstate Roofing, and for nearly 30 years, we've continued to be the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. Midstate Roofing's proven history is your assurance that our professionals at Midstate Roofing will provide the proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. From high-rise to hospitals, manufacturing to industrial, Midstate Roofing designs and installs bonded systems with a protective guarantee that will keep your operation dry and running long into the future. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And this is Blake Leitner, reminding you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. Call me today at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. That's midstateroofing.com.
You'll speak to an on-call technician after hours or a Midstate Roofing staff member during hours at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. And as always, tell them Midstate Twins.
If you have a leak, let Midstate Roofing take a peek.
Something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop Children, watch that sound. Everybody look what's going down.
Now back to Inside the Gamecocks. The show.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Final segment of the show here on a Mad Dog Monday. Rolling into the evening here. Yeah, let's see. We were going to talk about Chalk's got on the quarterbacks, right? Yeah, Dowell was pretty tough on quarterbacks last year and said it many times in pressers. Do we think Coach Shula is as tough on them? Fake poop doesn't count. Shaking my head.
It looks like Bruce Pearl. Hold on, this is interesting.
Oh, hold on. Oh, I see.
Yeah, all right. So I'll get to Bruce Pearl after we go on Chalk's. Excellent. By the way, Chaco, I like to call him. Great epic day for you in the Nana's Porch chat box. I just want to give you a shout out because all your stuff has been on point and money the whole day. Dowell's pretty tough on quarterbacks last year. Said it many times in pressers. Do we think Coach Shula is tough on them? The fake poop does not count. Shake my head. I think he's just as much of a taskmaster and demanding. Does he have a different manner? Yes. I mean, Mike Shula's some coaches yell and scream, fire and brimstone. They're outwardly very emotional. Some coaches aren't. It doesn't really matter. I mean, those coaches could be good just as much as the others. The fire and brimstone is just basically a preference and a choice. I just can't get over. I mean, I didn't read the article until 5 minutes before we went on. I just still can't get over Lenore Sellers in the press conference just telling everybody exactly what's happening and why. And it's basically that they know what's coming and they know how to stop what we're trying to do. So that means you got to do something different. And I think the quarterback's coaching has been fine. It's obvious that Lenore Sellers has progressed as a pocket passer and things like that. I think fundamentally he's a better passer. I think all the stuff they worked on is better. The offense is different. The offensive coordinator, that job is different than quarterback's coach. Right. And I can't say a whole lot good about what the plan has been this year so far. Kreger, shout out to him too. His score was 30-21. I had 31-22, so he beat me. He was closer. But yeah, okay. So Jeff Borzello, who I have no reason to believe this is not true. Bruce Pearl looks like he's kind of pulling what Bobby Knight did at Texas Tech, which Bobby Knight retired in the offseason and then handed it over to Pat Knight, his son. Bruce Pearl's expected to retire as the head coach at Auburn. Sources told Jeff and Pete Thamel his son Steven is expected to be the head coach for the upcoming season. Well, that means number one, all Auburn's players can get in the transfer portal.
Yeah, let's get your checkbooks out here because there's
Carolina doesn't
hit it.
Man, Carolina have any space. I think they could probably squeeze one in.
But, I think they are holding out one.
They
slot.
They let that other guy come back that was a walk on. He's the final guy for the 15th guy. I don't know they get in these guys anyway, but Michael said bye Auburn. Yeah, it just when Auburn took a tough loss, and the SEC officials should be embarrassed by that. They basically gave Oklahoma a touchdown in the game when they shouldn't have. It was against the rules, and they released this big statement. So sorry.
Yeah, we do apologize.
Remember the Exxon Valdez or whatever episode of South Park was like, sorry. So sorry. We're sorry. Michael asked, wonder why so sudden? I don't know, man.
I hope it's not health related.
I hope it's not either.
Yeah,
I actually have grown to like Bruce Pearl. I know he cheated and all that back in the day, but
who was
actually? Auburn's a tough basketball job. He's taken them to 2 Final Fours. I hated he didn't win the big one because I think he'd have been but he supports all the school. That's weird. He was in the Auburn football game at Baylor a couple of weeks ago too.
Yeah, he shows up for, it's kind of like Beamer at Carolina. He'll show up
Yeah.
to whatever the other coaches are doing, watch the other teams. But man, yeah, you just hate to hoping it's not like I said. I hope it doesn't.
Yeah,
have anything
I
to do
really
with
do
it.
hope his health
Yeah,
is okay. I just can't handle it.
Yeah,
So,
right. Because
I
I'm
can't-
done
I-
on that right now.
I'm just done on that subject right now. I just health problems and stuff with people. So cocky Gamecock Joe says, "Cocky, do you really think our offensive coaches are noticing that they're timid? They don't even realize the other team knows our plays." LOL. I don't know if they know the plays, but they know the concepts and how to defend them.
Yeah, right.
According to Lenora Sellers. So you got to maybe disguise something. Then, but I don't know. Like my thing was, why not? People again look too bunched up in the middle of the field. This happens sometimes. I think the hash marks in college football are where they are for a reason, and that's why teams in college, that and the ineligible man downfield rule, it's the reason college offenses are like they are. Okay, spread. Whatever. That's why in the NFL, sometimes spread doesn't work so well, because you're all kind of bunched up. That's why in the NFL, like Ben Johnson and those guys, they go under center and have all these different route concepts and stuff. I mean, there's reasons why the NFL does what they do. And there's reasons why effective college offenses are like they are. And we used to be in a spread world where, all those coaches from the Malzahn tree and the Browse tree got jobs and, I don't know. I think it kind of caught up on some of them not. Some of them just depend on quarterback and receiver play, like at Tennessee. When they're accurate down the field and have guys that can get open, that's a lethal system. When it's not, it looks a lot worse.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Milton and Nico were not ideal. Joey Aguilar is, Hendon Hooker was, amazingly enough. So, Eli Drinkwitz's system, if they're not running the outside zone and doing it effectively, it's not. I mean, every system has its pluses and minuses, but most of the time in college football, if it is a pro style system, it is run like a college system. And like I said, the issues with Satterfield were a lot different than what they are here. I think Marcus Satterfield almost tried to outsmart himself too much, like he was in the NFL, like he had to, which is to me just not the right way to go at all.
Right.
I don't think.
Yeah.
Mike Shula, I don't think's going in on a Monday and stripping all the plays out that work to put something else in and then all that good stuff. I just think it's kind of a blah kind of deal. It's just not that creative, and to be successful, it just kind of depends on being perfect in execution and all like that.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to figure there's a certain aspect to what Coach Shula is doing as the play caller again, that it's going to take him a bit of time to get back into a groove. But I mean, here we are, we're a third of the way through the season. Should have already found the grooves and could kind of get rolling here. Just, I don't know. But there again, and then the counter to that, JC, is got to stop. You got to stop standing in your own way. The penalties, the lack of execution. I mean, that's not the coach's fault. I mean, it is overall, and that they need to be, more disciplined. But at the same time, I mean, lack of execution, that's not on coaches. That's on the guys on the field.
Yeah. Gamecock Joe chimes in down his Porch chat box. Agree, JC. All three of our OCs use bunch formations too much. We don't use the space in the wide side of the field nearly enough. Agreed with that. Georgia under Todd Monken, I hate to keep bringing it up, but that's like the best example I can come up with like, yes, it's a pro style offense, but it's extremely creative, and he's doing a good job with the Ravens building on that now too. Yeah. That guy was, I don't know what the deal was when he was with Tampa Bay or Southern Miss as the head coach, or he was actually with Gundy at Oklahoma State way back in the day, or maybe it was Les Miles, but that guy's evolved. That's a guy that went to the pros and came back and said, you know what? I'm about to lay it on these college boys. Georgia. I mean, that play, it was unlike anything Georgia had ever done because it was so wide. Like they were throwing it out to Bowers and running wide, and then they bust you up the gut physically. And they had Stetson Bennett doing it all at quarterback, which is crazy good. The death trap or the death machine offense is what Ben Briner called it. It was, but it's like they used bunch formations plenty, but they would get out in this. It would kind of it's like a jellyfish, it would like expand on you. It's kind of like it's similar stuff to like what Ben Johnson uses and some of your other pro offenses, but they made you defend the entire field. And I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Carolina's got to make teams defend the entire field because I don't know why I'm talking quietly like nobody's going to hear me.
Listen, here's what we
got
need.
A secret to tell you, Phil. But brother, I mean, it's like, hey, guess what? It's not that a bunch of people aren't listening to this. They can't hear what I'm saying. I don't want Tommy Tuberville to hear me.
Oh, that's right. I don't want Tommy Tuberville to hear. Too late.
But too late, he heard me. Radar. So Rooster says it's all head scratching. Beamer told us they're basically running the same play. So yeah, I can see everyone know what they're doing. Well, they are some of them, but sometimes it's not really the same plays. Most teams now run the same plays. They just look different with formations and they're called in different sequences. And all that said, I'm not so sure the play calling was a big issue for Saturday night. I mean, do they need to find some answers in the run game? Yeah, maybe there could have. What was he going to dial up more of? I don't know. I think it's the overall idea, like this notion of making Lenore Sellers into a lethal pocket passer. That just doesn't happen in college football too often unless you have like a freaking amazing offensive line. And frankly, it'd be helpful if you're in the ACC to do it too. Because in the SEC, who really does that successfully? Sark runs a pro style offense at Texas. And I know they had some good things happen against Sam Houston this weekend. Good job there. But who else runs a pro style? Lane Kiffin runs a pro style offense. That's nothing like Carolina. Mike Bobo runs a pro style offense. That's nothing like what Carolina does or tries to do. Billy Napier, that's a college offense. That's kind of like a pro style. Brian Kelly, pro style offense. Everybody's kind of the same. Vanderbilt's got a unique scheme. Kentucky hadn't changed their scheme in a long time. It's the same. Missouri's the same. That's a college offense. Colin Klein at A&M runs a college offense, kind of with some option and stuff in it. I'm just thinking around the league. Tennessee obviously does what they do. Mississippi State is a lot like Tennessee as far as no huddle, that kind of thing. So, I don't know, I don't think it's necessarily, like I said, running a pro style system. I think it's kind of the system they are running, if that makes sense.
Right.
But all of those guys I just mentioned that are pro style guys, it's not all pocket passing.
No.
Like drop back, the drop back game is just part of it. So, Joseph play calling was not bad. Agreed. Shula was not the problem. Saturday plays were there even in the fourth quarter. Yeah. Like I said, play calling on Saturday night. I wouldn't have given it a failing grade or anything. I know people are mad about the play down on the goal line, but I don't think it's a bad play call. It just, Lenore Sellers, who I don't think has to be perfect. I think it's totally unfair to have him every play be perfect to have to be able to win. He should have chunked it in the back in the front row of the through the goalpost.
Yeah, right.
I
Yeah,
mean,
just
that's what
throw
you
it
do in that
over
situation, is
somebody's
throw
head.
it
Yeah.
way out of bounds.
Yeah. But
Daryl says,
still, it's like I didn't even mind that. That was one. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Go ahead, yeah, Daryl.
yeah, just don't take a sack. That's like the one thing you don't want to do. Don't throw a pick and don't take a sack.
Yeah.
Other than, live to fight it. It's 1st and goal from the 2. You've got 3 more chances.
Well, I like that play that they ran as like a second down play, right? Don't just make it look like you're going to run the ball one time. If you don't get in, you don't get in. But then you've got everybody in their head thinking, oh, wow, you got this guy back there. They've got a fullback in there. They're going to run this thing 4 times. But
and the beauty of that, Phil, too, is if you don't get in, guess what happens? The clock still runs.
There. That's right.
You're keeping them off the field and resting your defense. If there was any time
ticking,
but like I said, I don't mind doing it. I mean, I don't mind that. And Pimple the Blimp says hot dog X-ray, chocolate chip, banana Y split, hut. Yeah, Krager mentions Vandy makes you defend the entire field, and they just put up 70 against Georgia State in a revenge game.
Yeah, revenge. I know. Yeah.
Joe said, heard someone talk about the other weekend without Warren, the Gamecocks struggle against 12 personnel. Maybe they should go 4-3 against a team running it down the throat with 2 tight ends. Yeah, I thought I saw. I know this. I know Justin Okoronkwo and Fred Johnson played together a lot.
Yeah,
I like that. I'm here for that.
I am too.
I'm here for it.
To see that. Yeah,
and Jalen Kilgore had a lot of tackles in the game. But I mean, yeah, that's something to think about. You could also go 3-man front, which sounds counterintuitive, but stand some guys up. I mean, last year when they went 3-man front, they were stopping the run better because they couldn't set the edge. But yeah, I mean, I think too, the running it down the throat thing had a lot to do with missed tackles. Some really embarrassing kind of things that to happen to a defensive player happen. I'm not saying their play was an embarrassment. I'm just saying most defensive players will tell you when stuff like you thought you had him down and he pops back up. That's not good.
Man,
these guys have pride, That's not good for their pride. JC, who would you be your starting 5 offensive linemen? I tell you what I would do. I'd give these guys the one, and I don't know what's obviously practice has been different than the games. What I'd try, I'd go Big Tree at left tackle. I would just play somebody, else at left guard. Not that I would necessarily bench Shed Surratt. I would just say, hey, we're going to go see if this older guy can go. Maybe Marquis, if he's not hurt. Maybe Nick Sharp. I don't know. I may stay with Surratt there. Left guard will kind of be up in the air. If Nolan Hayes healthy, he's my center. My right guard is Ball. I guess you can use Boaz if he's not ready to go. And then if you can't get Kaysen back this weekend, which doesn't sound, Beamer is concerned, then I will go with Shivers.
Yeah.
I would just bench both tackles and say, I'm not both tackles. I would just tell Josiah Thompson, man, you got to win your job back because you're just not getting it done. And maybe that's not his fault. Maybe he's not being coached up like he should be. But I would try something else. I think Big Tree has been productive since he's been in, when he's gotten a chance to go play. He's an older guy. But yeah, Ball would be my right guard if he's back. I think he's played pretty well.
Yeah.
And then Shivers. But here's the thing, Daryl, that gets me. There's leaving guys unblocked. Like Lenoris mentioned it. So I'm like, I don't understand
why. Right. I know. Right.
I mean, John Strickland watched it against Vanderbilt. We all watched it, and their guys running free. So what is, like I said, if it were that easy, everybody just have their linebackers go, yeehaw, let's go.
Yeah, that's right. Just rush through the A gaps and get them. Yeah.
It's that thing. But as the quarterback on the 2, why didn't Lenoir say, nah, I'm taking this in. Nobody stopped Cam on the 2-yard line. Well, with the play on first down.
That wasn't, yeah.
I mean, I suppose, I believe he's probably got the ability to change the play. So Michael says, what's up with Marquis? Overhyped, apparently. Health has got him behind.
Yeah.
Probably played okay against Virginia Tech. He had a big whiff late in the game that Lenoris got out of, but I think he's been okay. Don't give up on Marquis Anderson just yet. No, probably wouldn't be good. But there's a lot of stuff going on. I mean, I have a lot of questions about a lot of these guys on the offensive line and why aren't they playing better individually? But the big problem is not just that, because it's like an engine misfiring, Phil, like the Pistons.
Yep.
They're not in sync. Like one guy will do one thing in one play. He'll be fine the rest of the game, but it's a disaster on one play, and that makes your whole line look like crap.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right, folks. Venting Mad Dog Monday.
That's right. That's right. It's good. We got through it.
Better. Yeah, we're going to turn our attention to Kentucky starting tomorrow. We'll still talk about what's wrong. Talk about whatever you want to in the Nana Sports chat box. But don't forget, tomorrow morning, we're going to have JC and Morgan. Alex Jones is producing.
That's right. 8:15, bright and early.
8:15, bright and early. Mike and I'll talk about the rest of college football. And then the morning show will follow with Preston Thorne. And who else is in? And Mike Morgan again.
Morgan, yeah.
Thorne. And then we're going to roll into, all that good stuff. So we will continue to get through all this.
Yeah, give us a holler at the 803-250-1297, and we'll air those tomorrow. We get some good stuff in here. So
803-250-1297, right?
Yep.
What's that number again, Phil?
That's 803-250-1297.
803-250-1297.
It's actually good to say a telephone number again. Like it's kind of
feel
that cadence down anymore. You know, it's like
the radio.
Have you ever listened to somebody who's like under the age of 25 try to tell you a phone number?
They don't know, dude.
No, it just sounds weird. Like all those years we were like da 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 da, and you just have this thing built up in your head. There's a cadence to saying a phone number, and now we don't have to do that. We just text our contact info to the person.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Type this number into your phone. Yeah, I know.
All right, everyone, have a wonderful day. Don't forget, back in the high life again at some point.
That's right.
Never as good as it seems, never as bad as it seems, but I can't get over what Lenore Seller said, man. I'm gonna have to really dive into that this afternoon.
Listen to that, yeah.
Man, that's tough. Anyway, folks, thanks for sticking with us, tuning in. Been a tough week again, but we'll see what happens moving forward. Just a big must-win game. I never say must-win because I don't believe in must-wins. But Saturday's a must-win. Can't lose that one, man. No. Can't lose that one. All right. See you tomorrow. This has been the show.